Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining this Cyber Polygon training and for watching this live stream. Today, we have gathered online to discuss the next most important and pressing topic after coronavirus, cybersecurity. Digitalization has been accelerating, and over the last few months, even the most conservative sectors of the economy have transferred many processes online. Against the backdrop to increasing cybercriminal activity, this trend is causing unprecedented cyber risks for the whole global community. This pandemic has shown us that the crisis can strike quickly and unexpectedly, and we must be ready for that. This is why cybersecurity is of paramount importance in the digital world. I'm happy to introduce our first honorable guest, Mr. Mikhail Mishustin, the Prime Minister of the Russian Federation. Mr. Mishustin was responsible for creating a highly efficient and progressive digital platform at Federal Tax Service. He is now working to achieve the ambitious goal of countrywide digitalization. We are all very lucky to have Mr. Mishustin in charge of our government. Dear Prime Minister, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, 2020 has changed the world. The new coronavirus impacted the lives of hundreds of millions of people, private companies and government agencies. This spring saw an almost five-fold increase in the number of Russians working remotely. Many of them will continue to operate out of their homes even after the pandemic is over. Self-isolation made us even more dependent on digital. Undisrupted digital delivery of public services has become of principal importance. This is why our priority is focused towards ensuring the digital safety of our people. In the last decades, our digital reliance progressed as public and private operators increasingly used digital technologies to improve their efficiency. Development of Internet led to openness and interconnectivity, thus multiplying the benefits from using digital technologies. However, the same technologies have exposed human society to new threats. Malicious actors are increasingly innovative. Geopolitical tensions extend to digital environment, adding states to list of the possible digital security threat sources. Security researchers are repeatedly identifying sophisticated malware, specially designed to disrupt critical functions and cause physical damage to industries and infrastructure. According to the OECD, these threats are pressing governments to adopt policies that strengthen digital security of critical activities without undermining the benefits from digital transformation in critical sectors that would unnecessarily restrict the use and openness of digital technology. The national level action plan of our government aimed at supporting the post-crisis recovery of the Russian economy is based on the increasing digitalization of economy and government. We will drastically increase the number of available digital public services and introduce fundamentally new support measures for digital businesses. In this context, one of the most essential tasks is to ensure the protection of cyberspace. This spring, we witnessed a rise in the cyber criminal activity. Over 90% of successful cybercrime attacks are conducted using social engineering. Criminals charge their attacks using phishing emails and the caller ID spoofing, putting our citizens off guard. In cooperation with the Russian IT security companies, the government is working on improving awareness of cyber risks and threats among our people. Thanks to the joint efforts, we managed to address a considerable amount of the issues. However, many problems still require our attention. Another current challenge for all global economies is confidential data theft. Therefore, we pay special attention to improving data security. Russia has developed a common national system for identifying and prevention of cyber attacks with the government agencies' information systems linked into this system. We introduced strict protocols to secure connection of schools and other social institutions to internet network. Secure networks environments are being created to connect educational, healthcare and social protection institutions. The entire international community has to stand together to prevent global cyber fraud pandemic. Promoting international cooperation is an area of key focus of our joint efforts to ensure digital security and provide a common response to cybercrime. Our country is a leader in the technology development. Russian digital security solutions are successfully presented at international markets. The government is providing grants to support development and pilot implementation of such promising technologies as quantum cryptography. We also appreciate the importance of international knowledge exchange and are ready to share our developments with our partners. Ensuring security of our common future requires open and balanced dialogue, and we are open to cooperation. I am therefore pleased to see the leaders of large international organizations, including the World Economic Forum and Interpol, as well as the CEOs of the global corporations from a wide range of the industries and the countries at this event. This training is another step in creating a trusted digital environment and fostering open dialogue to discuss even the most challenging cybersecurity issues. Let me wish success to all the participants of the Cyber Polygon training, and I thank you for your good work. Today, you are making your contribution to building a more secure digital world and safer future for all of us. Thank you.
Prime Minister, thank you for opening Cyber Polygon with such insightful remarks and for agreeing to participate. Ladies and gentlemen, Cyber Polygon is an international training what we have organized together with the World Economic Forum. It is the first event of this kind in digital history, and it is supported by our partners Interpol and ICANN. 120 organizations from 29 countries have signed up to hone their skills in repelling cyber attacks in order to be prepared for a possible cyber crisis. I would now like to introduce our next speaker, the founder and executive chairman of the World Economic Forum, Professor Klaus Schwab, who has also honored us with his presence. I'm a member of Forum's Board of Trustees, where we focus greatly on the issue of cyber risks. It is wonderful that Professor Schwab not only supports these discussions, but also actively participates in the process of building a safe digital world. Professor Schwab, welcome.
Dear Hermann Gref, Your Excellency, Prime Minister Mikhail Mishustin, dear participants, it's such a privilege to address you all at a time when we so much rely on digital infrastructure and, of course, its underpinning cybersecurity. I wish to thank in particular my good friend and committed partner at the World Economic Forum, Mr. Hermann Gref, the CEO and chairman of the executive board at Sberbank, and of course also a member of the board of trustees of the World Economic Forum. The Forum has built an excellent relationship with the Russian Federation, both with the business community as well as with the government. I was pleased to meet with President Putin last year And I look forward to deepening this relationship with you, Mr. Prime Minister, and your government. 2020, the year that has really changed the world. It is thanks to technology that we are able to join the cyber Polygon entirely remotely. For the first time, actually, since World War II, the coronavirus pandemic marks a fundamental inflection point in our global course. While it is still early to assess the total impact of this pandemic, it is already visible that it has a catalyzing effect. The crisis has exposed the inconsistencies and inadequacies of multiple systems, our health system, to a certain extent, our economy, our employment, and our educational systems. It has shed light to structural shortcomings that had never been properly addressed before and which impede social cohesion, fairness, inclusion, and equality. Our existing fragmented global architecture is not fit anymore for purpose in the 21st century. It's high time for a great reset. Change is not happening. We have a choice to stay passive and see the negative trends unravel. Inequality, polarization, nationalism, racism. If we do not stop those trends, will lead to a post-corona world that definitively is less sustainable, less equal, and much more fragile. On the other hand, we can instead use our time to reimagine our world and build a new social contract. We need a great reset that will shape a much more resilient system for the post-corona era. We have to mobilize all constituents. First, to foster economic growth, which creates fairer markets, fairer outcomes. Second, we have to invest in advancing our shared goals, such as equality, protecting the sustainability of our shared natural resources, our global commons. Third, we have to utilize the innovation of the fourth industrial revolution to provide us really with better lives. Technology and cybersecurity are of crucial importance in this COVID era. One of the most striking and exciting transformations caused by the pandemic has been our transition to the digital of everything, both in our professional but also in our personal lives. It has come in a very short time, and technology has been central to the way we have collectively managed also the COVID-19 crisis. It still allowed us to interact on a personal basis. It still allowed us to a certain extent to maintain our business activities. But key was always the infrastructure which made possible the delivery of essential services, the continuation of business, and the maintenance also of social contacts, even in the most disruptive moments of the pandemic. Our reliance on digital services and infrastructure has exponentially increased due to the unprecedented connectivity which we have established now. From the adoption of large-scale working from home arrangements to the use of cloud services, e-commerce, e-health, e-education. Many tech leaders have noted that within a couple of months, we achieved such advancements in digital transformation that would have taken otherwise 2, maybe 3, maybe even more years. This paradigm shift to digital has made the role of cybersecurity as a global public good even more pronounced. It serves as an enabler for business continuity and the silver thread for our connectivity. Yet, as businesses and organizations are putting great efforts to serve their customers, deliver essential services, and protect their employees amidst the pandemic, cyber criminals have also been quick to exploit the increased vulnerabilities and the increased use that came along. The World Economic Forum recently published the COVID-19 Risks Outlook, the third greatest concern for companies surveyed is the increase of cyber attacks. We all know, but still pay insufficient attention to the frightening scenario of a comprehensive cyber attack, which would bring to a complete halt to the power supply, transportation, hospital services, our society as a whole. The COVID-19 crisis would be seen in this respect as a small disturbance in comparison to a major cyber attack. We have to ask ourselves in such a situation, how could we let this happen? Despite the fact we had all the information about the possibility and the seriousness of a risk attack. Cybercrime and global cooperation should be at the forefront of the global agenda. The grim reality is that cybercrime today is definitively a growth industry. It has significant financial costs to the global economy, but it has also important indirect costs. It can undermine the public confidence in digital transformation and therefore into the overall trustfulness of a society. There is no doubt that building digital trust and a secure internet for the global economy is one of the major challenges that no nation or company can solve alone. It requires a global response with strong private-public cooperation. In recognizing this need, the World Economic Forum launched in 2018 the Center for Cybersecurity to offer a global convening platform for governance, large corporations, and civil society to address the systemic cybersecurity challenges and find joint solutions. It is obvious that governments have to play a leading role in securing cybersecurity, but ultimately, cybersecurity is a challenge for all of us. It is important to use the COVID-19 crisis as a timely opportunity to reflect on the lessons the cybersecurity community can draw and improve our preparedness for a potential cyber pandemic. Since we are the first generation to have such levels of interconnectivity and global value chains, we need to take decisive action in preparing. I'm glad that Cyber Polygon is one of the great initiatives that address the need for building capabilities that enhance global cyber resilience and preparedness, fighting against cybercrime and cyber attacks. I'm particularly pleased to see the high number of leaders that join the Cyber Polygon this year. I trust you will have constructive dialogues and exercises on the most pressing challenges in securing our shared digital future. Our digital interdependence and interconnectivity in the COVID era makes the integrity of cyberspace an even more critical element of our collective future. I wish you every success.
Professor Schwab, thank you for your remarks. And now I would like to give the floor to Alexander Tushkanov, the host of Cyber Polygon, who will tell you more about the training and will continue hosting the live stream. Thank you.
Mr. Gref, dear partners, thank you very much for the official opening and your support. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Cyber Polygon 2020. I am your host, and just like last year, I will take you through the exciting process of online cybersecurity training. This year, we have prepared an entire cyber theme park for you. Intense attack scenarios, groundbreaking investigations, and pressing discussions. I am now standing inside the Security Operations Center of Sberbank. The people around me are the experts who protect the bank's infrastructure and its customers. But today, they will also participate in Cyber Polygon as one of the so-called blue teams or defending teams. They are getting ready for their exercise right now as I speak. Let me tell you a little bit more about the format of this year's event. The first track, the first part of Cyber Polygon is the technical training session. This year we have 120 participants. Security teams from different companies across the globe will be put through 2 rigorous attack scenarios. Now, these attacks will be simulated by the so-called red team, comprised of cybersecurity experts from BI.ZONE company. This team is located above me in the red team center. They will now start working their magic and will launch several typical cyber attacks at the test infrastructure controlled by the blue teams. In the first scenario, the participants will try to find and remove vulnerabilities in a business-critical application to prevent the red team from stealing sensitive data. In the second scenario, the participants will have to perform incident response and conduct an internal investigation. Now, the training has now started, and I will comment on the progress as we go along. For now, let's just wish the participants good luck. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about the second part of Cyber Polygon, the second track, which is this live stream featuring world leaders discussing the most relevant cybersecurity matters, sharing their crisis management strategies, and giving insights into what the future holds for the new digital world. In this stream, we will have 3 sections with interviews, and it will last for 4 hours. But don't be put off by that. I will lead you through the discussions, and you can navigate on the agenda on the website. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's watch a short opening video.
The pandemic has changed the world. Thousands of people around the world have left their offices and shifted their workflows online. Such transition to digital offers many opportunities. With one click, you can do a lot of things. However, it generates new risks. One wrong click can change everything. Nine out of 10 cyber attacks today reach their goal due to human error. Cyber criminals gain the victim's trust, then attack and get into the corporate internal network. A single mistake is enough to jeopardize an entire company. And can lead to disastrous reputational damage and financial losses. Anyone can become a victim of cyber criminals, but we can learn to resist them.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's clear from this video that today we base our crescendo on education and collaboration. Let's train and stop cyber criminals together. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to start the first segment of this stream. And the title of this segment is An Uncertain Future. What cyber risks will the accelerated global digitalization bring? In this segment, we will have 3 interviews, and the topic of the first discussion is a time of change. How is 2020 transforming our attitude to digitalization? It has been many years since the 4th Industrial Revolution started. This event had basically divided people into 2 groups: those who believed in digital prosperity, and the skeptics who had many reasons to doubt new technology and the opportunities that it offered. Today, we are seeing a change in this situation. Following the outbreak of COVID-19, the world found itself in a state where it no longer had a choice but to use digital communications. How will this affect our mindset on digitalization? Ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to introduce our first speakers who will discuss this interesting topic. The Right Honorable Tony Blair, former Prime Minister, Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and Mr. Herman Gref, CEO, Chairman of the Executive Board at Sberbank, who already spoke earlier today. Gentlemen, please, the floor is yours.
Mr. Blair, first of all, thank you for finding the time to join the Cyber Polygon training. It is a great honor for us, and I would like to start our conversation with the following questions. You're a prominent politician and global leader. Both during and after your career in politics, you have talked a lot about the role of technologies in our society, about the need to adapt our mindset and old processes to the new reality and embrace the opportunities that technological advancements gives us. The COVID crisis has significantly accelerated our transitions to digital. What do you think? This process will continue, and what will it look like?
First of all, Howard, thanks so much for having me at this virtual conference. It's a great pleasure to be with you and to address everyone and welcome everyone. Yes, I think that the whole digitization of society and the economy is going to accelerate even faster now. I think what COVID has done is all the things that were there before COVID are there after COVID, but more intense and accelerated. So, for example, in the UK case, I would say in the way our healthcare system operates, we've probably seen more technological change in the last 15 weeks than we've seen in the last 15 years. So this is a sign, I think, that the fact that we're having this conference in this way is another sign. I suspect that the world of work will change. I think people will work differently. A lot more people will work from home. And that's got big implications for cities, for the way we live, for businesses that grew up dependent on large amounts of conventional offices. So I think across the world, even in the developing countries, I think you're going to see an accelerated adoption of technology and a much greater focus on how technology can help us work better and live better.
Yes, I think that we live in truly incredible times. Generally speaking, each historical period of time is unique in its own way, but we are the first generation to have this level of interconnectivity. But virtual, yeah, I think that sometimes we think that we try to lost this very important physical context. But in the same period of time, it gives us amazing opportunities. For example, with online solutions, we can provide completely different level of good education. In first line for the people in the small villages and cities. And as a tech company, Sberbank and our digital system, we invest a lot of money in that. and we try to provide high-level good services to each customer, no matter where they are located. And Russia is a huge country, and I think in our case it's completely important. This pandemic has clearly changed the life of each person on the planet. And we are already touched on that. I think that the COVID-19 has accelerated a lot of different processes. And before the crisis, we had a lot of criticism against the digitalization and all these problems which brings us the new technologies. But I think that now everybody understands that this process is inevitable and we need to go forward. And security plays a great role in the development of this technology. I think that everybody try to understand what we can do to increase this technology. And I think for increasing this technology, for using this technology, and also for cybersecurity, digital identity is one of the much important issues. And in your recent work, digital identity, the missing piece of the government's exit strategy, you highlighted that the digital identity infrastructure is a fundamental part of making sure government delivers for citizens in 2020s. And you also say that digital identity is a key element in coping with the COVID-19 situation. Could you briefly explain why is the case? What role will digital ID play in the future and how we can ensure its security?
Yeah, so digital ID for me is a very big part of the future, and let me explain why. So if you take the changes you've been making at a bank, because you've become not just a bank but also a technology company, right? And you've been using technology to change the whole way you interact with your customers. And before I talk about digital ID in itself, let me just say that I think the biggest challenge right now is to try and bring the people in government, the policymakers, into line with the change makers. In other words, the people inventing technology are changing the world very fast. And today, I think we're living through a genuine revolution. And so we're in the 21st century equivalent of the 19th century Industrial Revolution. And one of the interesting things when you look back in time, my institute just published a paper on this actually, is in the 19th century, the world was undergoing this industrial revolution, but actually it took a long time for governments and politicians to catch up with it. So they were still having very old-fashioned debates about the past when the world was undergoing this massive change. And it took a long time, really several decades, in fact, before the policymakers caught up with the changes. And today we've got to move faster because right across everything, technology can transform for the better if we understand it and we put the proper regulation in place. So digital ID is, for me, absolutely crucial because, for example, on COVID, what is the problem with this coronavirus? The problem is it's not a disease that's so serious that it's like the plague, right? Most people who get it will survive it. However, it's bad enough, and we all know people who've had it and had it badly enough that you don't want to get it. So the problem is you have to lock down the entire economy in order to deal with the small number of people who get it and are going to suffer badly. A way out of this is to be able to test people several times and for people to actually have a a biometric identity which can say, look, I've been tested, or I've had the disease and here are my antibodies, so that life can get back to normal. So your digital ID can play a part in COVID, but also if you think of the transactions that you want to do now with your customers, it's much simpler for them if they have a digital identity. Or you take the big issue in the Western world today, which is, quite apart from COVID, I would say is worries about immigration, who has the right to be in your country, who has the right not to be. Without a form of identity, it's very hard to tell who's got a right to be in a country, who's not. So there are a whole series of ways in which the citizen's life and its interaction, the citizen's interaction with the state can be improved by the use of digital ID, provided you put the right regulation around privacy and so on and protection of data around it. But this is going to become, inevitably, governments are going to move in this direction, absolutely inevitably. And so I think what's important is that we from the political side, wake up to the potential of technology and engage with the change makers, those inventing the technology, so that we understand it and can regulate it sensibly and not stupidly.
Thank you very much. I fully agree with you. And I think that maybe sometimes we don't understand how important it is when we don't see the landscape of all these virtual criminal issues. And I receive a few of the statistical numbers. Losses from cyber attacks can reach 30 trillion USD by 2030. It's according to the World Economic Forum research. And cyber attacks and data fraud are related ninth most likely fallout to the world. For example, in Russia in 2020, we reached 3.5 trillion rubles losses by the cyber attacks. But what is interesting that the people, when the people look at these numbers, they don't understand before this criminal issue don't touch them personally. And I would like to ask you, have you personally or your relatives ever been a victim of a cyber attack?
Yeah, my institute occasionally has people who are trying to get into it and breach our security. But here's an interesting thing. So in the British election campaign last December, I was out with one of our candidates. And I went into a church coffee morning, and there were older people there. And when I started talking to them about what the issues were, two of them mentioned the problems of credit card fraud and people trying to get into their accounts. And I was really stunned by this. It sort of brought it home to me that this is not, we tend to think of cyber attacks as big issues around large companies and so on. And of course, this is a major problem, but it's also a problem for people's daily living. So I think you're completely right. I think the cybersecurity question, to me, again, you've got to go into it in a lot of detail. And here's the thing that I think is essential. Whatever political difficulties there are between major countries in the world, you've got to try and get some common agreement around how to deal with this. Because we've all, in the end, we've got an interest in trying to remove the dark side of the web and trying to control issues to do with cybersecurity. And if it ends up in a kind of free-for-all, we're going to have huge problems. So I think this is where whatever other disputes are happening, this is an area, like some other global questions, of which the pandemic, by the way, is one, in which whatever differences there are, there's a common interest in trying to reach resolutions and having solutions that are interoperable. that can go across different jurisdictions and that are properly policed. Because, I think it's inevitable as people utilize technology far more and do so as a matter of choice, by the way. They don't, people shop online and, when people worry about the data they're sharing with governments, I mean, most of us share enormous amounts of data with the large technology companies. So, as this world grows in force and this happens throughout the world, it's just a statement of the obvious. You need to be able to protect people properly. And so I think this is I'd like to see much more cooperation on this and a much bigger attempt by business as well across national frontiers to get some common principles that they can then put forward to government so that we can regulate it properly.
Yeah, thank you. What one more issue and one more question. Sometimes we, as one of the technological companies, we have a lot of problems with collaboration, not only in international collaboration, also with our law enforcement agencies collaboration. And the cybercrime has the lowest clearance rate in the world compared with other types of crime. Why is it so? And are law enforcement agencies missing something? Maybe politicians missing something? And it's a good question that all our life is moving now in the digital world, but it's a huge space for crimes. What we're doing wrong?
Yeah, well, it's all to do with the fact that the change is happening faster than politics and government normally responds. And that's why I think this is not a normal situation. So government has got to get into a much deeper relationship with business and industry over this. And you've got to bring the expertise into government of people who really understand the technology. And the problem is the technology is moving fast and the criminals who are exploiting it, they're also moving fast. I mean, they're entrepreneurs, they're criminal, but they're looking to spot the opportunity and to take advantage of weaknesses in the system. And that's what they're doing. So, we've really, one of the things that should happen with this technology revolution is it should also reshape the state, how government operates, the skill set that it has, its interactions both with citizens and with the business sector. And again, I always say to people, the problem with government is that it moves so slowly. I always say to people, we had the Labour government after the Second World War in 1945. So the Prime Minister at the time was Prime Minister Attlee, who was a great figure in post-war British politics. And I always say if Attlee came back to Britain today, he would see a country completely transformed in the way we worked, in the way we lived, in technology, in living standards, in its class structure. But then when he went back into government, he'd find himself completely at home. Everything would be familiar. So government is always the last to change. And the problem is with these cyber threats is that we can't afford government to take 10 years to catch up, because in that time, the damage will be too great. So that's why I think, one of the things my institute is trying to do at the moment is see how we can get a better relationship between, as I say, the policymakers and the change makers, so that the policymakers understand they've got to get their heads around this revolution, really understand it, and make sure that they have the connections and the knowledge that allow them to deal with the problems sensibly, and also not just the problems, but the opportunities. I mean, we, for example, have the opportunity to transform education through technology. There's no reason why children can't get the best teachers in the world nowadays. Technology can deliver it for them. It can also change law and order. We will end up in time with driverless cars and electric vehicles. You know, the whole transport's going to change. If you look, the biggest car company by market capital today in the world is Tesla, right? Except it's not really a car company. In the same way that you would say you're increasingly not really a bank. Of course you're a bank, but you're also a technology company. Tesla is primarily a technology company. It's just its technology is applied to the motor industry. So all of this change happens. It happens at an accelerating pace. And that's why the big challenge is to get governments and policymakers and politicians up to speed.
Yeah, you're completely right. And we come back when we speak about this biggest gaps in cybersecurity. Also, we come back to education, and education for the government, for the agencies, and for the young generations also. In cybersecurity, first of all, I think it's one of the most important issues. And why we try to do this huge international events? Because the cyber attacks is global cyber criminals, and they use the infrastructure located in different countries. To resist them, we need to join our efforts and combat them together. But international collaboration is now very, very poor and almost not existent. Let's take the darknet example. Every country and organization in the world agrees that this is the epicenter of cyber threats and is mostly used for criminal purposes. But yet the global community is not trying to take down the Tor network. And the most popular anonymous browser that allows access to the darknet. Some countries even support its development, and it is a big problem for everybody. Why are we still failing to build strong collaboration? What do you think? Is it possible to improve the situation? What steps should we take all together to address that?
Yeah, so I agree with you 100%. I mean, look, I think I know what will happen with this. At some point, there'll be a huge scandal that will come out of it. I mean, there already are many scandals, but there'll be something that is globally impactful. And then everyone will say, we got to deal with it. And the sensible thing would be to deal with it before you get that globally impactful scandal. But the reality, again, is you've got two problems. One that I think, again, for a lot of politicians, their knowledge of the dark web is pretty limited. You know, they hear about it from their children probably, or they will read about it from time to time. But I don't know that a big focus of many governments is on it, but of course it should be. And secondly, it's one of the big problems of geopolitics at the moment is that political leaders, I think, are tending to take a very short-term view of international relationships. And, you know, the COVID pandemic has itself exposed the problem with not having global cooperation. I mean, what I would have liked to have seen right from the very beginning in COVID is the main countries of the world getting together, deciding, for example, that they're going to share data, they're going to pool research, they're going to develop testing capability together. They'll make sure that whether it's tests or therapeutics or vaccines, that we make sure that everyone is developing the capacity to manufacture them at scale and distribute them fairly. You know, there are just obvious things that are nothing to do with whatever other political issues are going on at the time, that you just think, why wouldn't you want to come together in the collective interest? Because it's in everyone's individual interest. And, you know, I think around these issues of cybersecurity, of course, there are anxieties. In the West, you know, about what other countries are doing to us in Russia, in China, for example, about the West. Okay, we know that there are a lot of political differences at the moment between the West and Russia, West and China, but there's still an overarching necessity to get cooperation on certain things that are in our collective interest. And at least let's try and make it work. That doesn't mean to say we don't have those differences. It just means to say we recognize there's a space that you've got to keep for working together in the common interest. And I think so it's partly that there's a knowledge gap and partly that it's the politics is very short term. But I think both are remediable and need to be remedied, because otherwise we're going to end up in a situation where, technology, which should be a great liberator, then turns out to be a threat, which is unfortunate and regressive.
I totally agree. And I think that the short-term view of the politicians, this is the big problem for the current moment for each country. But to conclude our dialogue, I would like to thank you, Mr. Blair, for this fascinating conversation. And thank you very much for this opportunity, because we try to invest a lot of our time and efforts to create more trust and respect in this digital world. And I think that we need to have these virtual bridges between the countries, between the people who trust each other and who can bring this collaboration in our global community on the next level. And I would like to thank you, and I hope that all of you, the speakers and the participants, find the Cyber Polygon informative, interesting, and enjoyable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Owen. Thank you very much. All the best.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for a very interesting conversation and your contribution to the fight against cybercrime. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the technical training session is now in progress, and the blue teams are trying to protect the test infrastructure from the attacks launched by the red team, but there's not much to comment on right now. So I think we're just going to move on to the next part of the stream. I'm actually told that we have a few moments before we start our next interview, so I'm going to use this time to share some interesting statistics with you. Now, ThreatZone report is released by Sberbank and BI.ZONE companies. In this research, the companies touch on the most relevant cybersecurity trends, and they are divided into three categories: individual challenges, business challenges, and industry challenges. I'm going to give you some numbers now. So let's talk about individual challenges. 90% of bank account fraud is carried out by social engineering methods, which may be surprising to some people, but cybercriminals don't need to create sophisticated malware or some kind of tools. They can just call people and try to confuse them to get sensitive information that they can use to steal money, for example, especially with elder people. Now, my next point is 90% of social engineering attacks on accounts come from phone calls, which is also maybe surprising, because cybercriminals only need to have a mobile phone, and then they can go to social networks and get personal information on their victims and just call them and start trying to steal money. Now, the third point is 1 out of 2 bank account thefts are carried out using mobile applications. Now, this one is not too surprising. Everything's gone mobile now. Everybody has their phones and their mobile banking. So this is obviously the target of cyber criminals. Now let's talk about business challenges. 83% of companies do not have a business continuity and recovery plan. Now this is very bad, because many top managers don't think that there will be some kind of a crisis, but when the thunder hits, there's no plan. Nobody knows what to do. but the next point actually explains it. 46% of large companies do not hold regular meetings on cybersecurity with the participation of top management. And that means that the management is simply not aware of the challenges, cybersecurity challenges. So no wonder that there's no plan when something happens. The third point, the trend is 85% of companies had not analyzed the applicability of GDPR requirements to their business processes. Now, personal data privacy is a hot topic, obviously, in Russia, in Europe, and many other countries, but unfortunately, it's taking businesses a lot of time to come around to it and understand, okay, do we have personal data? How do we process it? How do we protect it? Let's also talk about industry challenges. In almost all industries, cybersecurity remains rather low, unfortunately. Media and e-commerce segments are lagging behind in addressing the security of third-party communications and relations. Again, maybe not a big surprise here, because traditionally, the target of cyber criminals, on the radar of cyber criminals, we usually have banks and financial institutions and big companies with money, but at the same time, do the hackers need to go after the big elephants, so to say? Why do we need to do that? Because they are very protected. There are other companies and other industries with a lot of money, but less protection. And finally, retail and IT sectors are least mature in operational security, which is also bad because obviously these are big companies. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm told that our next speaker is already online, so we're ready to start our next interview. And the topic of this discussion is trust or fear. What will be the main incentive for cooperation after the crisis? When we need help, there are two main feelings that drive people to reach out to others: trust and fear. We call on those we trust, and we do it in fear of not being able to cope with it ourselves. But if the fear is quick to catch, the trust needs a lot more time and effort to build up. During the pandemic, we all witnessed a rise in cybercrime and came together to deal with this threat. But will we be able to build trust and join forces against cybercrime after the crisis is over? Or will we need another crisis to unite us once again? I am now joined by Jeremy Jurgens, Chief Business Officer and member of the Managing Board of the World Economic Forum. Jeremy, thank you very much for joining Cyber Polygon. It's great to have you. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we're all good. Thank you.
Perfect. Welcome. I'd like to start right away with this question. What do you think is the stronger driver for cooperation, trust or fear, especially when it comes to fighting cybercrime?
Okay. Yeah, so, if I step back, I'd actually even challenge the question in the sense that I don't believe you can actually have a cooperation come from fear. You can have compliance, but you won't actually get a cooperation. And increasingly in today's world, you talked about this need to move quickly and so on. We go back to the thinking fast and slow, right? So when you're in a fearful moment, we saw that in COVID, people react quickly, but they're not thinking through necessarily all the implications of what they do. And for cooperation, you actually need to build trust. You need to think slowly. You need to understand, and that requires an awareness that comes in ahead of time. I suspect that going forward, we'll actually see a kind of, moving into kind of a bifurcation or a differentiation of two different domains. We'll have increased areas of cooperation, but areas that are dependent on compliance. You mentioned phishing earlier. We can't be dependent on people to not be social engineered, to not be tricked, to have their trust taken advantage of. So we'll actually see a movement towards zero trust architectures that aren't dependent on any level of trust, homomorphic computing, kind of secure multi-party computations where responsibility is delegated across the network. So we're going to see an emergence of new architectures that can help us address known and understood challenges. But those things that are not yet understood, those areas that are new and emergent, they will require cooperation, and those will require trust. And so I think it's really important that the trust, starts first with the awareness, information sharing, direct contacts, and then over time we can actually have a cooperation that's emerging from trust there. And this is as important in cybercrime as anywhere else there. And I think Tony Blair, earlier mentioned around geopolitical tensions, and that captures a lot of the attention of the media. But most attacks in the cyberspace are conducted by organized criminal groups. I think far over 80% of the attacks are in that category. It's a huge cost to the economy, and we can actually address these through coming together, building the trust, creating the awareness, and addressing them.
Thank you, Jeremy. That's an interesting perspective. I know that this year in May, the World Economic Forum has released a report titled COVID-19 Risks Outlook, where cyber criminals and data theft were ranked 9th as most likely fallout for the world. Do you believe that we truly understand cybersecurity risks and we will be ready when the thunder hits? And what steps should we take to be fully prepared?
Yeah, I believe we don't understand the risks. We have to make sure that it's not only the cyber experts that are in the call today with us. We have to make sure that there's a understanding at the leadership level. Again, in the discussion with Herman and Prime Minister Blair earlier today, we actually heard, look, governments can't keep pace with the speed of change. They can't keep pace with the technology there. They fundamentally don't understand it. So this is going to call for a cooperation between the public sector and the private sector. The private sector has that knowledge. If you take the kind of knowledge that's just inside Spurbank, BI.ZONE, a lot of other large institutions or institutions that are at the forefront of technology, they have more understanding than most world governments on the nature of the challenges, the nature of the risks, and also how to address them and solve them. So we're going to actually need to bring people together here to address these in cooperation and in collaboration there. And that's one of the areas that the forum we actually try to do, to explicitly bring those groups together to help achieve mutual understanding so that we can also then cooperate going ahead.
Thank you, Jeremy. I know that in the view of the pandemic, the forum has launched an initiative called The Great Reset. Can you tell us a little bit more about this project and how it's related to cybersecurity?
Yeah, so if we look at the Great Reset, we're still at the early stages of a global crisis that's going to forever transform society. When it first started, people said, okay, this is the biggest crisis to hit since the 2007-2008 financial crisis. And then a little bit later, they said, oh wow, this is the biggest crisis since World War II. Now we're looking at them and saying, oh, look, this is comparable to what happened in the Great Depression. And we're still just at the early stages of it. We still don't fully understand what the implications are, not only of the COVID, but also the way that we've responded to it in the financial system, with governments making significant financial stimuluses there. We've seen an increased acceleration and digitization of the economy, and also in the personal lives, not only in the workplace, but also in the home, in schools. So there's a lot of changes that we're still just at the early stages of. And as digital plays an absolutely essential part in all of that, we need to make sure that that digital infrastructure is secure and that we're there. So as we rebuild the economy, as we rebuild society, adapting to this new normal, the digital infrastructure is going to be absolutely critical there. And for that infrastructure to be effective, it needs to be secure.
Jeremy, you mentioned schools. I actually have questions from the website that were submitted by our viewers, and this one is about what you mentioned. I'm going to read it. The education sphere is currently undergoing intensive digitalization. During the lockdown, there have been complaints of attacks on Skype, Zoom conferences, although the security level there is quite high. What measures should be taken to protect the children and teachers, employers and employees from data loss, computer virus infection, and foul language from attackers? And when can this be done? What is your opinion on this?
Yeah, I think this is a great example of where we need to actually help educate to make sure all those schools and teachers have access to the tools, so there's an underlying understanding of what's required to address that there. My sense is a lot of people have been overwhelmed by the crisis, and they didn't have the time to prepare, to understand. And that's going to be an ongoing effort, and I think we can all help there. Again, businesses can take a role in helping contribute here. But on the educational front, I'd also like to point out another challenge. The research that's actually going to take us out of the crisis is also under threat from cybercrime. There was a recent attack at the University of California, San Francisco, where the research being conducted on COVID, there was a ransomware attack against the university. They ended up paying the ransom in the end, but the research that would actually save lives, actually help us restart the economy and society, was put under threat there. And universities are often in open architectural models there. And so if I talked before about a zero trust architecture, that's the exact opposite on what most educational systems, IT infrastructures are built around. So there's going to need to be a look taken on, okay, what's our architecture, our security there, and thinking in that, we are in an unsafe world there, right? And we'll have to adapt to that.
Right, so there's many things that we need to do. I know that one of your areas of responsibility is the development of all business platforms. And as far as I understand, they're all based on collaboration. Do you see any differences in the way people collaborate in cybersecurity and in other areas? Yes,
it's funny you mentioned that. My sense is the cybersecurity people are more resistant or more hesitant to collaborate and to cooperate. We've often operated under, need-to-know basis. Often information isn't shared within the respective institutions. And this can actually sometimes be a drawback for collaboration, for innovation. And it's something I think is a cybersecurity culture that we need to work through. And creating exposure and interfaces with other groups will facilitate that and help that. Of course, there are things that need to remain a secret. There's national interests, there's institutional interests, state interests, but we have to be able to find that right balance between sharing and exchange across all these different domains.
Jeremy, you mentioned earlier that when something happens, people look back over, that's what happened back then, that's what happened before that. So does that mean that there will definitely be the next crisis, and when it happens, we'll think about the crisis in 2020? So next crisis is inevitable, according to your logic. Is it so?
Yeah, I'm definitely in the camp. I believe that there will be another crisis. It will be more significant. And, we need to actually start preparing for that now. And, if we take the example of what happened with medical equipment in the European Union, we've been working on the European project for decades now. Yet when a really significant crisis took place, the channels of communication were not in place, the protocols for cooperation were not in place, and people looked inward initially and tried to address it on their own. And, with time now, it's opened back up because the different countries realize that they're not in a position to address it on their own. Even if we look at something as important as vaccine research, this is going to require a global effort from the scientists, from the production of the vaccines to the dissemination. And, what we can do in cybersecurity is make sure that we don't try and rebuild after the attack's already happened, but put those cooperation mechanisms in place already. We're working on this here at the World Economic Forum through our Global Cybersecurity Center. We're working with Sberbank, BI.ZONEs, other institutions as well. So we need to actually start this cooperation and understanding early. so that when the crisis does hit, that we're in a position to respond effectively to it. And I would anticipate that when we do see this next crisis, it will be faster than what we've seen with COVID. The exponential growth rate will climb, be much steeper. The impact will be greater. And as a result, the economic and social implications will be even more significant. So I think it's really important that we don't underestimate the severity of what a crisis like this, the impact it could have. And it's going to take us, all sectors of society and the economy to come together to address that.
All right, Jeremy, I have one more question from the audience that was submitted on the website, and I think it's in line with what we've been talking about. I'm going to read this one. The statistics say that the main risk factor in the vast majority of cases is the individual. Are there any educational programs to keep the level of specialists in line with the risk matrix? Something like the updates we run on our software. What do you think about how we should educate people?
Yeah, I may be a bit, I think we need to create awareness, but I don't believe that we can put the expectation for security on each individual. I think we need to make them aware of what the risks are, the challenges, but we actually also have to move to models that aren't dependent on single individuals who can be manipulated, may not understand the implications there, and put entire organizations and institutions at risk through that lack of knowledge. So yes, we need to educate for awareness, but particularly we also need to create awareness at leadership levels so they understand the implications. And we need to bring forward new approaches and new areas for how to do that. And if we look to the future, again, there's the known elements, but we're also going to collaboratively explore the implications in new domains. For example, when artificial intelligence is applied in the cyber context, when quantum computing is applied in the cyber context. And we need to start beginning to prepare for these elements now, and also continuing to develop our skills as cyber professionals and cyber experts.
Jeremy, I think we touched a very interesting point here, because many times people expect that the company will protect them, the bank will protect them, and it's never their fault when something happens. But at the same time, if people simply give away sensitive information, it's not up to the bank to protect them. So let's talk about that. Where's the line? When do we know that, all right, this is the person's fault and this time it's the fault of the bank? How can you expand on this a little bit more?
Yeah, I think each individual does need to be responsible, and there is a minimal level of awareness that needs to take place there, and a certain level of accountability. And on this one, I have to actually suspect that the experts at Sberbank will be better able to answer that question than I am. I know in my own case, I'm always ultra sensitive. Always looking, at very simple things on, where do the emails come from, not opening attachments. But I think it's a difficult burden to ask that of everybody, but we should be at least aware of what the implications are for a poor security stance, and as professionals to work together to relieve that burden on the individuals.
Yeah, so I think it's fair to say that everybody needs to do good job at protecting themselves, both companies and individuals. It's okay to be a little bit paranoid, I guess, is what we should agree upon. Now, my next question is this. According to the projections of the World Economic Forum, losses from cyber attacks can reach $90 trillion over the next decade. And yet many companies and countries can't reach the agreement on what to do to prevent it. What, in your opinion, are the key challenges that prevent us from building trust around topics related to cybersecurity, and what are the key steps that we need to take to solve that problem?
Yeah, I think there's a couple areas that actually make it challenging. One is just around standards, regulations, and enforcement. We need some shared frameworks, both at the institutional level, but also at the nation state level, on what is acceptable and not acceptable in this domain. And this will take some time to work through, but I believe we can actually make progress there. And, we'll move in that area. Another area is, we touched on earlier, is just basic knowledge and information sharing, right? So we actually need to share information on, what's actually taking place there, to connect the dots, to create better awareness, and we can help in that sense as well. I think the a third area I'd look at is just the underlying trust and what we'd call a trust deficit. It's the heart of much of the discussion today, and this is going to come through discussions like the one we're having today, where we're sharing from Russia with the world, actually what's happening here. And I think a lot of people in the West might be surprised to find out that actually most attacks on Russian individuals and institutions are also coming from within Russia, from the criminal side. And so those same criminals that operate outside Russia are also operating in Russia. So it's all in our mutual interest to address, criminal groups wherever they reside, in Russia, in North America, in, Africa, wherever it might be. We have to work together, and that information sharing will help this on that respect. The last area is the kind of geopolitical element. We are increasingly moving into an era of strategic competition. And in a sense, this is natural. It's a kind of a next stage of the world order. But we have to make sure that even as there's competition in some domains, that it doesn't inhibit cooperation in others. And here our business leaders and our government leaders can signal, hey, these are areas where we do need to actively cooperate together. COVID is a good example. Cybersecurity is a great example. Climate change is another one. And in other areas of national defense and national interest, it's understandable that there will continue to be differences and there will be competition there. But we have to be able to disaggregate those.
Jeremy, you mentioned a lot of points that I'd like to talk about. First of all, you said that there needs to be frameworks on institutional level. Can you expand a little bit more on that? Can you give any examples of the frameworks?
Yeah, so one example is that we've been working in the electrical sector with electrical grid utilities, and I've got a number here. I just pulled up. Did a calculation that a 6-hour blackout in mainland France could have damages of $1.5 billion. Now that's just 6 hours in a single country if the grid goes down. And like much of our architecture, the electrical utilities were not designed for the era that we're in today. The hospital systems were not designed for the era we're in today. So we're doing direct collaborations with industry leaders in different sectors, electricity, energy, healthcare, aviation, to help them strengthen their cyber posture, to increase awareness on the underlying threats, to look at areas of specific collaboration and cooperation. And when we're doing this, we're also bringing in other businesses to share their experiences, both when they haven't successfully protected themselves, but as well as when they have. And we're also bringing in international bodies and security agencies, Interpol, defense agencies, intelligence agencies, for some of that information sharing cooperation. And then we're also promoting education. So it's one thing for the leaders to understand the scale of the risk, but then it's also getting that message out into the organizations. So, putting that information on online platforms, supporting initiatives like the Cyber Polygon to help increase awareness. All of these pieces need to come together to address some of these threats.
You mentioned Cyber Polygon, our event. Can you talk about the events that you organize and your plans for the future? Now, obviously, people can't travel that much. What are your plans for conferences and events in the future?
Yeah, it's interesting. For us, we've actually increased the level of interaction we've had during the crisis. The forum, we have kind of two core elements. One is communities. We bring communities together around different thematics. And it's also then mobilizing them against a kind of a shared purpose and shared interest. So for us, this is only increased. Today, we're doing it digitally. I think there's an uncertain outlook. We say you can't look more than 3 months ahead or even 3 weeks, in recent times. So what we're doing is we're actually strengthening our cooperation through digital activities such as this, and continue to interact and connect the dots among all the current actors. So I'd anticipate that we'll continue to have high levels of virtual interaction. And at the same time, and I think it's also good to be cautious that as we go increasingly digital, it amplifies the risks of a large-scale cyber pandemic. So we also have to be prepared to roll back. We have to be in a position that if we were in a cyber pandemic, that we haven't completely disconnected ourselves from some of those analog connections and infrastructures there. So we have to prepare for both worlds, and even as we create the future moving ahead.
Jeremy, maybe my last question. You mentioned strategic competition and the politics and all that. My personal opinion is that what we need to do, we need to take good examples of collaboration and successful cooperation and promote them and tell the world, this is what we did. If we keep working together, we're going to be successful in stopping cyber criminals. What do you think about that, about this approach?
I think it's actually absolutely the heart of what we're doing. I see that in our partnership with Sberbank. So when we partnership here, we're working not only with Sberbank in Russia, but we're as well partnering with technology companies in the United States, cybersecurity companies in the United States. We're partnering with large industrial companies like Saudi Aramco that have a global footprint, are absolutely critical to supplying the energy system. And we're partnering with law enforcement agencies and world-class universities. So for us, this kind of cooperation is absolutely essential, and that we recognize that just as the COVID crisis or a cyber attack won't stop at borders, we have to make sure that our cooperation also goes across borders, and that we can, work together on that kind of shared awareness, a shared understanding, and where it makes sense on areas of shared cooperation and shared action.
Well, Jeremy, thank you very much. Unfortunately, that's all we have time for today. It was a pleasure talking to you, and thank you for your contribution.
No, thank you, and thank you to Sberbank and our friends at BI.ZONE there for helping me organize this today.
All right, thank you. Stay safe. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the technical training session has been going on for more than 1 hour now. I'm sure there are some interesting details about the process. My colleague Innakenti is one of the members of the red team, and he's been looking closely at the process and is ready to share some information with us. Innakenti, how is the first scenario going?
Thank you, Alexander. Well, the first scenario is going great for the red team. A little reminder, the exercise is split into two parts, two scenarios. The first one has to do with defense, and the second one has to do with the response. Right now, we are almost at the end of the defense scenario. It is centered around an attack on a web application not unlike the famous change.org petition website. But don't be fooled. The vulnerabilities introduced into the code base and infrastructure are platform agnostic, which means that they can surface in any web application. By the start of the exercise, the red team, that's us, who are mimicking attackers, have already researched all attack vectors, gathered vulnerability intelligence, and are ideally positioned for the attack. The blue teams, by contrast, had only 30 minutes to get their bearings, install all relevant monitoring and firewall software, and start analyzing the application for the vulnerabilities. Next, after the preparation time ran out, we started pulling confidential information from the system. The objective of the defenders is clear. They need to isolate attackers' traffic from legitimate traffic and stop the attack. The straightforward way to do this would have been to shut down the application altogether. but this would incur significant financial and reputation losses. So this is not an advisable strategy. What they really had to do was dissect the application, find gaps in security, close them to prevent the flow of confidential data from escaping and landing in our lab. Now let's look at the scoreboard. It's almost final, and we see that the teams, these are not the top 10 teams, these are 10 random teams, aren't really successful in defending from our attack. We see that most of the data has actually been stolen, and that we've achieved our result. But we have to say that several teams actually managed to deflect the attack quite greatly. Those are the teams 14, 67, and 16. These are the top 3 teams. For example, the first team, right from the start, managed to patch 2 vulnerabilities, which meant that they had almost none of their confidential data stolen with the use of those vulnerabilities. At the scoreboard, we can also see that the teams get their points deducted not just from our use of their vulnerable infrastructure, but also from the downtime. For example, the team you see in red is the one that didn't achieve a high enough SLA score, which means that points were deducted because of that. That's all I have to say for now. So back to you, Alexander.
Thank you, Nakinti, and good luck with the rest of the training. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready for the third and final interview of the first segment of this stream. And the title of this discussion is Building Secure Interconnected World. What is the role of the telecom sector? New technologies such as 5G, artificial intelligence, and Internet of Things act as a catalyst to digitalization. But at the same time, they create new opportunities for cyber criminals. How to protect your business and users in this new environment? And what is the role of the telecommunications sector in building a truly secure digital world? Our next speakers have the answers. Alexei Kornia, President, CEO, and Chairman of the Management Board at MTS, and Sebastian Tolstoy, Head of Eastern Europe, Central Asia, and General Director, Ericsson, Russia. Alexei, Sebastian, thank you very much for joining Cyber Polygon. It's a pleasure to have you. I'd like to start with this question to both of you. During the pandemic, there was an increase in the load on digital channels. How are you dealing with this problem? How did you deal with this problem during the crisis, and how are you dealing with this issue right now? Alexei, if you don't mind, could you please go first?
Thank you. I think there are 2 aspects at which we can look. The first one is the network sustainability. And in this sense, we didn't see much of the new challenges coming in terms of cybersecurity and access to our network. Where we saw the most challenges in our case is how we organize and help other businesses to organize distant work, where the circle of information or access to sensitive information goes beyond offices and beyond natural places of work. So we had to organize and help to organize to our B2B partners the work where, from houses, from their private computers, and provide access of our employees being in distant work to sensitive information and secure that. So that was, and we had to do that in a very quick time. So we had to, to do quick and organize it very efficiently and help our other businesses as well. So I think that's one of the key challenges which we saw, and we quite successfully, not only us, but we help other businesses quite successfully to deal with that. As far as for the network sustainability, network quality, and cybersecurity risks, usually which we deal with the access to our network, that also worked quite well with increased volume of traffic. And here we see normal course of work through our security operational centers and other ways how we help to manage and to operate our networks.
Thank you, Alexei. Sebastian, how are you dealing with the crisis?
Well, thank you. I think for Ericsson, not a very big shift. We already have a digital platform for our collaboration. We have managed personal computers and mobile phones, and we have all applications that can run sort of on digital platforms. So I think working from home, maybe the big change was maybe the social interaction that a lot of people miss. But I think we have been quite successful in testing, which is important as well, testing our business continuity and crisis management processes. And I think it's been working quite well. Then I think from a business point of view, just like Alexei pointed out, is that I think the big learning from this pandemic crisis is the increased awareness of the understanding of how important connectivity and telecommunication is for our society. Basically, if it wouldn't have been for the great connectivity and the digital platforms, we would have been seeing an increasingly big impact on health and safety and the impact on the economy as well. So I think that the general awareness of the importance of telecommunications and critical infrastructure, and also what we have seen also an increased demand in increasing reliability, security, capacity and coverage of telecommunication networks.
Well, Sebastian, it's great to hear that you are prepared for the crisis. Now, my next question is for you, Sebastian, and this is fascinating. Ericsson began its work in Russia as early as 1881. That's 139 years ago. What are, in your opinion, the distinctive features of the Russian market? Have you noticed a difference in terms of threats and secure implementations of your technologies?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so actually next year we are celebrating the 140-year anniversary. So we started a few years before I joined the company. We have, I think that the Russian telecom market is a great market. It's a very important market for us. It's a big market, and it's also a very efficient market. I think that if you come to Russia, you can experience good quality and very affordable services, but yet also quite profitable and successful operators. So I think that is based on two main things: competition and also access to global technology. The Russian telecommunications market has so far been fully embracing sort of global collaboration, global partnerships, and also global technology. I think that, yes, we do see an increased level of interest and demand around security. But that is not only in Russia, that is a global demand, and that has also been one of the key aspects of developing the next generation of telecommunication network, which is 5G. So security has been an inherent requirement on all the specifications of 5G. And also Ericsson, in the implementation of the new 5G technology, have also invented new ways of addressing security, making automation and using artificial intelligence already in the design phase of the products, but also, of course, in how we deploy the networks in using automation, artificial intelligence to identify different patterns and usage of the networks. And this will become increasingly important also when you introduce 5G, because 5G is really a lot about new use cases and not so much about personal communication, but more machine-type communication. So 5G will be the platform for the society, for hospitals, for public transport, for everything to be connected. And of course, then the risk tolerance is very low, and you need to have an absolute trust in the underlying infrastructure. So yes, there is a big demand for security, and we are working hard, not only as a company, but with all our partners, including MTS as an operator, chipset provider, technology providers, in making sure that we can deploy the most secure infrastructure for today's networks and for the future.
Thank you, Sebastian. You mentioned 5G technology, so let's talk about that. Alexei, my next question is for you. I know that your company is actively developing this technology, and you are working in collaboration with Ericsson. I have some facts here. In March, you announced a partnership deal to modernize the network based on Ericsson's 5G-ready equipment and solutions in 16 regions of Russia's Central Federal District. What future do you see for this technology in our country? Are there any security risks and issues that are specific to Russia? Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we just disconnected for a moment, so we're going to have to use this time to talk about the current progress of the technical training. So let's use that moment to have some update on the technical training session. Inakenti, what can you tell us about the progress of the second track of Cyber Polygon, the technical training, please?
Thank you, Alexander. So actually, the first scenario of our cyber training is complete. We've seen that actually most of the teams got overwhelmed by this daunting task and didn't manage to score even a single point. But there are several teams that actually deserve our praise. For example, Team 14 managed to patch all but one vulnerabilities in an unfamiliar environment. So that's great. Back to you, Alexander.
Thank you, Inakenti. Ladies and gentlemen, we're sorry, but I think our speakers are back online, so I'm going to repeat my question again. Alexei, we started talking about 5G technology in Russia. So I know that in March, you announced a partnership deal to modernize the network based on Ericsson's 5G equipment and solutions in 16 regions of Russia's Central Federal District. What future do you see for this technology in our country? Are there any security risks and issues that are specific to Russia?
Thank you. I think that, and we see it across the globe in the world, that 5G brings a different understanding of the risks because 5G technology will lead to a high dependency of all the infrastructure work of a lot of our smart cities connectivity and all that depending on 5G infrastructure. With the development Internet of Things, with the development of smart factories and all that, 5G becoming an essential part and will bring a higher role in in running the infrastructure, in running these cities with the smart vehicle, with the driverless cars and all that. The map of risks will become different, and that triggers all the governments across the globe to think how how they can assure sustainability of their networks, including the dependency on vendors and including dependency on equipment. So that I think we see in the context of global tensions around Huawei supplying a supplier in the United States and in many other aspects. That's because once again the different map of risks coming in the world with the 5G technology, with the development of high dependency of all our daily life from connectivity. In this aspect, I think Russia is having the same risks, in the same risk paradigm. The question how we respond, because here you are waiting the speed of the development, the speed of economical development, which is very much dependent on 5G implementation. So all this corporate industrial automatization, smart factories, smart cities, they're all very much be dependent tomorrow from 5G, from capacity, which 5G allows, on one side. On the other side, with that dependency, you need to make sure that your network already on the level of equipment is sustainable and controlled. So I think that's where we see the biggest challenge. So far, I think we'll see also in Internet of Things that the crypto requirements to the traffic which goes between in the network of Internet of Things will grow. We'll see many other aspects of high securitization of those 5G networks will be there in the place.
Thank you, Alexei. Gentlemen, I know that your companies also work closely in the development of artificial intelligence and Internet of Things. Could you please tell us about your plans to implement these technologies in Russia, and how are you going to make sure that this process goes smoothly and secure? Sebastian, could you please go first?
Okay, so I would like to start again with 5G, that is in itself an innovation platform. And if you see what 4G LTE did with Russia, you saw a lot of new companies, including Sberbank, launching a lot of interesting and innovative services on top of the 4G network. I think we cannot even today imagine what 5G will enable. And obviously, in the development of new application services, artificial intelligence will be one of the key sort of aspects or technologies or tools to use. For Ericsson, in our collaboration with MTS, we are in a new project in the center district, using artificial intelligence for predictive analytics to improve performance and maintenance and security of the network. The previous standards were designed for humans to manage the networks, but 5G, with its increased complexity due to more use cases, will require and is designed for basically machines to automate processes and identify patterns and do predictive analytics to improve performance. I would also like to add one other area which is related both to artificial intelligence and security, where we're also looking at the joint opportunity together with MTS, and that is private networks. So for some larger enterprises, specifically big production and manufacturing sites, there is an even increased level of security where you want to have your own physical network. We call it private networks. And here I see also an opportunity for using AI to even further enhance security also of private networks for big Russian industrial companies.
Thank you, Sebastian. Alexei, do you have anything to add on artificial intelligence and Internet of Things and how you're making sure that these technologies are implemented in a secure way?
Yeah, Internet of Things, I believe, will be one of the biggest game changers. According to McKinsey Global Research Institute, industrial automation will bring the most value add globally in the world over the next 10 years. And that will be based very much on Internet of Things. So I think that's one of the biggest game changers, and it comes in particular with 5G. In the context of cybersecurity, I think it also changes a little bit the approach, because if in the voice world, in the world of 4G and 3G, you are protecting channels, here you start already implementing some cybersecurity elements on devices. So right now we are not protecting devices, which is the phone. But when it comes to Internet of Things, when it comes to maintenance of infrastructure, critical infrastructure, you need to bring crypto algorithms back to the devices themselves. So that changes a little bit the approach. The second thing which we see already is appearing there in the context of industrial automation and Internet of Things, appearance of private elements of the networks. And here, by the way, we are quite actively developing this element together with the Ericsson. So we'll see more and more corporates, and we're already implementing this technology, creating a closed circle of their network and mobile networks, which is called private network. It can be private 5G network, private LTE network, where they are closing the network within their plant, factory, site, and by that protecting the site from external attacks. Today, in 2019, for example, we had more than 600 million attacks on MTS network and on our customers, purely on network itself. As it grows into devices, if it grows, the network grows into things, not only people, where you'll get not only humans being the connectivity point, but it will be things. The number of touch points will multiply. Today in Russia, you have only 140 plus million people, which you need to protect. Tomorrow, you'll have billion of devices which need to be protected. And as I said, there are two elements of how you implement that: closing the networks, having private elements of the network, and set up the crypto algorithms on the devices themselves.
Wow, these are impressive numbers. Thank you for protecting us from so many attacks. Alexei, you mentioned earlier network equipment providers and the trust. I actually have a question from the website that is in line with that. I'm going to read it. At the moment, we see global dispute of trade, which was originally started by accusations of cybersecurity concerns not backed up by evidences. What would be the way to build internationally recognized cybersecurity specifications, standards, certifications, etc., which would allow global utilization of ICT and telecom equipment from every vendor? Do you have anything to say on that?
Yeah, I think here is very important to start working with the global bodies which are setting the standards. That includes the standards on crypto security. Like, for example, Chinese, it took them about 6 years to integrate the crypto algorithms and their cybersecurity requirements into global standards, which are developed by 3GPP body. So I think here, in order to create the trust, you need, and we need, potentially as Russia, from our regulators, to go and work with global setting standards, where we are building the, integrating our requirements, and in particular security requirements, into global standards. And by that, we can increase the trust, but it's not the only one element. I think it is important to have also local crypto algorithms for critical infrastructure, like in Internet of Things. So there are many other elements which can be developed locally here and implemented. But I think there is no other way how to combine those two approaches. First, to work with global suppliers in the global standards, and the second, to develop local solutions and local tools.
All right, thank you, Alexei. I believe we have 1 minute left. Sebastian, do you have anything to add to what Alexei just said on the topic?
No, I think I fully agree with what Alexei said. And final comment maybe that we are living in a digital economy, and the digital economy can only be one economy, and it doesn't care about geographical borders. So global collaboration is the starting point. Having global standards and trusted partners working together in a trusted environment, and having a holistic view on security, from standardization to the network operations, understanding also the devices, encryption technologies, is going to be the key to address security concerns.
All right, Alexei, Sebastian, thank you very much for joining us today and for your contribution to the fight against cybercrime. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this interview concludes the first segment of the stream. We had 3 interesting discussions about the uncertain future of the digital world. But having talked to our speakers, I feel confident that we at least understand cybersecurity risks and challenges associated with the accelerated digitalization. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will now move on to the second segment of the stream, and the title of this segment is The Power of Information. We'll have 4 discussions, and the title of the topic of the first discussion is Fake News. Is it a new digital pandemic? Many people say that information is the most powerful weapon on earth. Information will continue spreading as long as there are people on this planet. Unfortunately, some top managers underestimate this threat because they forget that it doesn't cost cyber criminals that much to launch what is called an information attack and spread fake news But the reality is that an operation like that can deal ridiculous damage to businesses. Does this mean that when we become even more dependent on digital channels, fake news will be one of the main threats to humanity? Ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure to introduce two legends of journalism who will shed light on this interesting topic. Mr. Vladimir Posner, journalist and broadcaster, and Mr. Nick Gowing, BBC World News main presenter, founder and director at Thinking the Unthinkable. Vladimir, Nick, thank you very much for joining Cyber Polygon. It's a pleasure to have you. I will let you do what you do best. Gentlemen, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Nick, how are you?
Good to see you, Vladimir. And I should underline, if I may, that I'm not at the BBC anymore, so I've distanced myself in the last 6 years, so don't think I'm speaking for the BBC.
Well, I'm not speaking for anybody but myself. I want to make that very clear. This fake news thing, I have this question, it seems to be a simple question. Do you and I agree with the title of this dialogue, and can fake news become a new digital pandemic? How do you feel about that?
Well, two things, Vladimir. First of all, there is a digital pandemic, but let's set that to one side. Fake news is a terrible problem. It's rhetoric versus reality. I think the rhetoric of something called fake news is deeply destructive. I think it should be dispensed with. But since one senior political leader in the world decided to label anything he doesn't like as fake news, it's become fashionable to say anything you don't like is fake, even if factually it is correct. I think it's a terrible, terrible description. It is not correct. There is stuff which is not right, but it doesn't mean to say fake. But when a president of the United States keeps telling journalists, you're from the fake news media, that is deeply destructive. Yet on the other side, Vladimir, there is a very serious problem of a digital pandemic of information which cannot easily be verified.
You know, we were talking, I heard the gentleman saying that information is a powerful weapon. It always has been that. If you go back to ancient times, information was limited to a very small group of people who actually ran their country. It could be priests, it could be kings and aristocrats, and average people or ordinary people did not have access to information. And gradually that's changed. What with the appearance of newspapers and then the appearance of radio and the appearance of television, and now, of course, the appearance of the internet. But the question I often ask myself is, do people really get information? It seems to me that even when the information is true, it's very superficial. There's no depth to it. It's just a question of almost just like a headline. You don't go any deeper than that. So do people, in your opinion, actually, how should I say this? They have access to information, but do they take advantage of that access in this day and age? Or is it just, it's become the short 3 words, 2 minutes, and that's it. The attention span seems to have gone way down. People no longer write the way they used to. I mean, I've read letters from, say, John Adams to Thomas Jefferson, incredible letters, but they're 8-10 pages long. That doesn't happen anymore. So, you know, fake news, I agree with you that you've got to be careful how you use that. But if people aren't really interested in depth in information, then I think that's even more dangerous.
I think the trouble with the term fake news is it's the kind of thing in rhetoric that anyone of any stature who doesn't like something and says, that is fake news, don't give me that. I think that's deeply, deeply destructive to discourse. And of course, it's become politicized. But I'm quoting here from the latest Reuters Institute for Journalism report on digital journalism, which was published less than a month ago, saying that global concerns about misinformation remain high. I think there's a problem. If you get rid of the label of fake news, there certainly is a problem of the pandemic that we're here to talk about, Vladimir, which is those who are out there, whether states, whether corporates, whether others with vested interest, are determined through trolls and everything else, and also just bad discipline, to get flawed information out there in order to twist minds, to persuade people. And you and I are journalists, and my job certainly as a journalist at the BBC and at ITN previously was to make sure that what I said was as correct as we could make it in the timescale available. And I think this is putting enormous pressure on those who just consume this stuff off a screen to actually ask questions. Is that really true? Does it match my logic? I think the problem in all of this is the following: that too much of what is out there, and what is the pandemic, if you like, suits the views of those who are reading it, and therefore they don't question it. Therefore it proliferates, and it does become fake, but it is not the fake news that certainly one leading politician of the world has made you want to believe.
You know, many, many years ago, when I was living in the Soviet Union, and I began to look for a job in the area of journalism, and I have to make the qualification here, there was no journalism in the Soviet Union. You know, journalists were called soldiers of the ideological front, and a soldier gets his orders and he does whatever he's supposed to do, and if he does it well, he gets a medal, and he may go up in rank and ultimately become a general, but he's still a soldier. But nonetheless, there existed newspapers, and I was invited to join an organization called Novosti Press.
I remember it, Vladimir.
Yes, and I found myself in a department where I was editing articles that had been written by other people. And I later found out that those articles were disinformation. In other words, they were articles that had been written in Russia, and then they were sent off to other countries, mainly third world countries, and published in the local press and signed by local journalists who hadn't even written them. And this was totally
challenging question it all.
This is disinformation, just in pure, you know, that was it. And when I learned that, I left that department very quickly. But the point that I'm trying to make is that the attempt to sway people's views, to impact public opinion by political organizations or politicians, by organizations, by companies and corporations. There's nothing new about that, really. It's been going on for a long time. Sometimes it's very vicious, sometimes less so. The difference, though, is that today with the internet, you can reach many more people simultaneously, I suspect. And the ability to, I don't know what word to use, but to poison people's minds has become much greater. I mean, I think the views that we have of each other, say the views that people in the United States have about Russia and the Russians, or vice versa, the view that Russians have about Americans. You know, where do they get these views ultimately? This is where they get them. And very often those views have very little to do with reality.
But there is a difference between misinformation and disinformation.
Yes.
There are plenty out there who want to disinform for political reasons, for corporate reasons, corporate social responsibility, and so on. I would say there's more chance than ever now that governments and also corporates, NGOs, and those who knowingly deceive in this new environment will be caught out, because there is a fantastic positive in all of this. The blowback, whether it be on Twitter, whether it be on Weibo, whether it be on WhatsApp, whether it be on any of these platforms, there is now ability, not just of journalists but others, to bite back, to say that is not true. What you're saying is incorrect, and it's a deception. Now, obviously, those who say that can also be deceiving themselves. So there's disinformation, which is knowingly put out there, but there's misinformation, which can often be a proliferation of something which is not correct. 11 years ago, for the Reuters Institute, when I was still at the BBC, I wrote a paper about Sky Full of Lies and Black Swans, about how those at the top believed that they could ultimately control everything. And I wrote about the new vulnerability of power, politics and systems to the new digital space. And most in positions of power and responsibility said, no, no, we will always control power. We will always control information on our terms. They did not want to even believe there would be a problem. Of course, there is now. And this is now really challenging, I would suggest to you, governments and also corporates, that eventually there are those out there, we're seeing it in the United Kingdom with COVID-19 and what is being said about what the government claim they're doing and what is being seen on the ground. There is an incredible kind of democratic rebirth. But the public out there largely do want good information. And I think the challenge in what we're talking about here, Vladimir, is the ability of those who want good information to look at something on a screen, look at something on their laptop, look at something on their iPad or whatever, and say, I'm not sure that's right, because I know enough about that. And am I being conned? Am I being misled? Or is it just shoddy writing?
Well, you see, you're making a very important point. You're departing, that is to say, you're launching your argument based on a sense that your average viewer, listener, reader, has a critical outlook. From the outset,
yeah.
He is or she is thinking, well, now, is this actually true or not? I think that there are an awful lot of people who don't have that critical outlook.
I agree.
And who just swallow it whole. Now, if you just have someone who comes up to you, and this may have happened to you, it's happened to me many times, and says, look, how do I know that this information is true? What am I supposed to do to really find the answer to that? And the only thing I can say is, well, probably you have to compare. I mean, here's a story, for instance, that the Russian intelligence has paid Taliban's money so that they kill American soldiers. Okay, now that news has come out. It was in the New York Times and the Washington Post. How do you make a decision that yes, that's true? Because it turns out the general such and such said, well, we have no proof of this. And someone else said in America, well, this is kind of, a queer kind of look. How is a person supposed to get to the bottom of something? I mean, have you got a recipe?
My instinct when I heard that story, for example, is it's plausible. It's plausible in this dirty business, which is now going on around much of the world, that
Right.
kind of thing could happen. But look, people sitting like I'm sitting, where I'm sitting, like you're sitting, where you're sitting in your home. You can't easily go out there. You've got to be motivated to find out. And in the time available, you tend to consume whatever is put on the screen.
Right.
You have to have that questioning instinct. And I'm quoting here from the Reuters Institute for Journalism. As the news media to changing styles of political communication, most people, 52%, would prefer the media to prominently report false statements. And I think what is interesting, which is emerging since I've left broadcasting essentially, but the NBC, for example, the new global NBC channel based in America, but based also out of the UK, it hasn't been launched yet, are saying that they want to now forensically show where they're getting their information from and the judgments they're making in a newsroom as to why they're saying what they're saying. That is an incredible level of accountability, because certainly traditional media that you and I've worked for, certainly that I've worked for, there's an assumption that if I'm saying something as a presenter or a reporter, it has been fact-checked, it has been checked to the most extreme levels possible within the deadlines we've got, but ultimately there could be a degree of vulnerability. What's happening around that corner? What's happening around that corner? We could be not as complete as we're giving the impression. Now, certainly, that imperfection in news coverage is being seen as something which can be sold as a brand advantage, because actually news cannot be 100%, but it is not the same as how do you deal with fake news. Good journalism and good news platforms are about challenging, whether it be the ITN, whether it be BBC, whether it be well-known brands, or many of the other fantastic brands which have developed in the last few years. And they have made their names by challenging basic assumptions and orthodoxy on information. And that is a profoundly valuable thing to be doing in this fake news era. But as you and I know, it takes money, It takes resources. And what we've seen with BuzzFeed recently, for example, is that they've had to sack a lot of people or let a lot of people go simply because the revenues are not there to fund this kind of journalism.
That's right. And there's another issue, I think, and this I say this with hesitation, but I think it's absolutely true, that a lot depends on the education of the person we're speaking about.
Yep.
If someone is well educated, has a university education, has read, has traveled, that person's reaction to what he or she is reading or listening to is one thing. If you're talking about someone who finished grammar school or the like and has not had the opportunity because of where that person comes from, has not read very much, his knowledge is limited, that person is much easier to fool and much more ready to accept whatever he or she is told. So I think that I mean, who does, when we're dealing with this, you don't want to call it fake news, deliberate attempt, a deliberate lie, that's what it is. Who is it directed at mainly? In my opinion, it's mainly directed towards the ordinary person, not towards the intellectual elite, not towards those who have the ability to actually think it through, but to those who've not had that advantage, to the less privileged people who are the majority and who are the ones who vote and who are the ones who ultimately, when they say the people, they are the people. And I think that they're the ones who are victimized by this trend.
But we are talking about the US president here, who has, if you like, created the popularity for fake news simply because in the White House briefing room, he will actually dislike and despise a journalist for saying, you are from the fake news media. I'm not going to answer that. You know what I'm talking about here.
Yeah.
That has become a culture, which is a really dangerous culture. But I think the important thing to take away from this, Vladimir, is the following, that there are the traditional main journalistic organs, like the New York Times, like the Washington Post, even though it's funded by Jeff Bezos, and also CNN, who have made a point of actually challenging all of this. And as a result, they've created a significant increase in viewership and audience and readership. Now, it's still a minority, but it shows that there is a demand and a consumption need for good audited, good moderated information, and stuff which is rubbish is actually highlighted as rubbish, whether it be on the website or whether it be in hard print, which people are still reading.
How do you feel about people who write on different platforms of the internet, bloggers, tweets, Facebook? I mean, do you seriously consider that to be journalism?
Not journalism as such, but we're talking about fake news and good facts in a digital space. And I'm quoting again from the Reuters Institute here, because I think given what Facebook has been facing in the last few weeks, about the pressure on it and the withdrawal of advertisers, big advertisers like Unilever from Facebook, because they weren't prepared to be more discriminating about what they post, including whatever the US president says. But the Reuters Institute for Journalism says Facebook is seen as the main channel for spreading false information almost everywhere. But WhatsApp is seen as more responsible in parts of the global south, such as Brazil and Malaysia. Now, why do I say that? It's emblematic, I think, of the root of your question, which is that there are, because it appears one by one in 2 dimensions here on our screen, and I've got a screen in front of me, you assume that it must be good information if it's clearly written in decent language, and appears to be factually based.
Yes.
But the trouble is the platform itself is allowing that stuff to get out without it being checked.
That's right.
And that is something which I think now people like Facebook are on the run on this. And I think there will be a backlash, not least because the advertisers, as they did 2 years ago with Oxford Analytica, are running away saying, we're not going to be part of something which is promoting fake information.
How do you feel about the famous words attributed to Abraham Lincoln? We have no real proof that he ever said that, but nonetheless, it's attributed that you can fool some of the people most of the time, and you can fool most of the people some of the time, but you can't fool all of the people all of the time. Do you think that applies to fake news?
Most certainly, yes. I think in the end, and that's what's beginning to come through in all the data, particularly because of COVID-19, people want good information. And look at the difficulty that Bolsonaro, who now has been tested positive in Brazil, the difficulty he is facing because of the way he's handled information. And it's beginning to show in the polling in the United States. Here we are 3 months before the presidential election, and also, of course, the congressional elections, that this is now having a backlash. So I would suggest to you that even if in a country like the United States, there's a core of 20 to 30% who back Trump, and I'm using this emblematically because it's easy to talk about the United States as opposed to some other countries, even some in Europe like Hungary and Poland, because what you're seeing is the public is beginning to react against this stuff, which is not credible, not believable, and which they know to be incorrect. And therefore, I think what Lincoln said, and of course he didn't have even the advantage of more than a horse for that message to be transmitted, I assume. He didn't have even a telex machine, or he didn't have a handset. It had to be communicated. We have to assume he said it. And maybe it's got varied and modified in the telling, as good stories do, as you know, Vladimir, as we all know. But what Lincoln says is, I think, beginning to become a serious issue. And that's why when we're asked to talk about a new digital pandemic, there are those out there who want to seize the high ground in this sky full of lies, as I wrote about 11 years ago. But there are others who are saying that's not the way down which we want to go. It'll affect us commercially. It'll affect our brand. It'll affect our reputation. And therefore, we do not want to engage in that, because these kind of things are more important. That brings us back to COVID-19, because even politicians who've been less accurate with the truth are now being seen to be on the back foot, because things which they said and which they said optimistically are no longer seen to be correct. And that, particularly in a democracy, is going to be very difficult for them to defend, because I think what you're about to see is voters and electors who have long memories on this and won't let those politicians get away with it, simply because of the personal trauma they've been through, including loss of friends, loss of their family members, and also loss of jobs, loss of economic potential, economic opportunity. And you've seen what the European Union has just announced, that the rate of deceleration of GDP is going down 1% more than they predicted, almost 9% rather than 8%. Yes. These are frightening times, and therefore fake news and the digital pandemic has a real role in this, which you and I can speculate about here in the middle of the week, in the middle of July. But actually, we're not sure which way the dynamics are going to go yet.
No, we're not. If you were given the green light and the power, how would you combat fake news? What would you do about it? I mean, are we talking about the need for some kind of censorship? Do we have to, how do we control this? Because, as you said, it is very dangerous. It affects people's minds. It affects business. And when business is affected, that affects the way we live. It's insidious, and it's impossible to immediately understand that it is wrong. So, you know, if you were given a wand or something and said, okay, go ahead, fix it, what would you do? What would be your recommendation?
Well, I don't think I'm in a position to even make a recommendation, but what you're seeing is dynamics which are changing. The trouble is, Vladimir, the speed at which the digital reality is changing is far faster than any regulations can ever be constructed, whether it be in Parliament or by presidential decree, simply because the reality of what you're seeing of digital change is extraordinary. But I remember at a conference in Helsinki a year ago, and he gave a speech also in Berlin at the same time during his visit to Europe. Sir Nick Clegg, who left as former Deputy Prime Minister of the United Kingdom and is now a very senior acolyte of Facebook, made clear very publicly that Facebook wanted regulation. I also heard Eric Schmidt of Google say the same thing as well, that regulation would be the way forward. But I don't think regulation can catch up with the new reality, because at the same time, Facebook and Google and so on are making enormous amounts of money by exploiting this ambiguity. So yes, there is an ideal way forward, but it all boils down to money. And that's why I quoted to you the kind of things that I've certainly enjoyed in my newsrooms under a regulatory body where we have to do things in a certain way in the United Kingdom, but it's happening across Europe as well. And you're beginning to see it in other countries as well, where there's an acceptance that certain things have to be done in a certain way, certainly with the legitimate journalism. But then when you look at Jeff Bezos and the fact that he contributed 250 million, only 1% of his wealth, to saving the Washington Post, and the self-confidence that that money has given the newsroom when it was under pressure financially, and what you can see from the success of the New York Times and other newspapers as well when the news business is suffering, and the success of the Financial Times, which is a global newspaper, of course, where they now have more digital subscribers than they do subscribers of the pink hard copy. These are big changes where regulation probably will have a role eventually, but the reality is moving far faster, in sinister ways than actually regulators can begin to catch up with it, even if the politicians say that's what we should be doing.
Well, if that's true, and I think it is, then the future looks somewhat somber to me.
It does, I think.
Huh?
I think it does.
Yes.
You know, we are in an existential crisis here, which it's not a nuclear war, but certainly in all our work at Thinking the Unthinkable, we were warning about this, thinking the unthinkable. The unthinkable is happening with a massive implosion, a deceleration of the global economy, which is going to affect everyone's, quite apart from the medical challenges, which is going to affect everyone's pocket. Most people, this is not unthinkable, it's actually unpalatable, because we knew a pandemic was coming, but no one really at the highest levels wanted to grip that problem. It could have been tomorrow, it could have been next year. But the reason I say that, Vladimir, is the following, that the public is scared at the moment. The public is looking for somewhere where it can have trust, and it needs to have trust in government and governance. And the corporate sector in many ways has been far more rewarding and far more positive towards the anxieties of the public, who may not have a job next week, may not have income. Look at in India, look at in many countries where people survive on the basis of the cash they get every day in their pocket. They may not even have that money for buying food. These are profound societal challenges. There's an earthquake going on at a speed which no one could ever expect, as you'll have heard in the corporate sector, including in the digital sector, that 5 years of changes are happening in 5 months, 5 weeks, even 5 days. I can tell you, we were saying that as part of our Thinking the Unthinkable work a few months before all this happened, and people thought we were smoking something. But the new reality is profound because of the vulnerability of the public, apart from those who've been lucky enough to make a bit of money in this crisis, whichever country you're in, whether you're in the emerging country or you're in one of the G7 countries. Look at the difficulties Saudi Arabia is having at the moment with the oil price. I know there's a dialogue here with Russia on this, but a country which is massively wealthy has been essentially neutralized. Its mobility has been neutralized simply because people in Saudi Arabia didn't expect that a country like theirs could be immobilized by something which is an epidemiological and a virus threat, a zoonotic threat.
Well, when you talk about security, this is a very serious issue.
I agree.
Organizations introduce different kinds of measures to protect their organizations. Their companies, what have you. How do you protect the average citizen who is the target of not only disinformation and not only misinformation, but deliberately wrong information, which we could call fake news? How do you protect? Can a government, can a society, in your opinion, find ways to protect the citizen from this pandemic? What do you do? Or do you simply say, well, you're going to suffer, but in the long run, you will learn how to stand up to this?
I think they can't be protected. I think NATO was set up to protect the alliance of post-war World War II. One of the main threats has been a nuclear attack. What we're experiencing at the moment is an equivalent to wartime without a war, but the war is an epidemiological war. I don't think people really understand the scale of adversity, and that's why I'm making the comparison to a kind of a nuclear attack of that kind, which would kill a large number of people. What we're seeing now is a level of adversity which people are going to have to confront, where essentially their lives are going to go backwards, both in terms of wealth and opportunity. And it's going to be particularly difficult now for the next generation. And the next generation are therefore picking up their smartphones, picking up their pads and thinking, I want to find a job, I want to find a new opportunity, where can I do that? And that's where good information, and that's why you and I and those of our profession need to have heart, that there will be those who are looking all the time for good information. I feel quite pessimistic though on the societal front, and that's where good information, not fake news. Fake news is a sinister and destructive distraction, I think, in this environment, which we have to think about as we're talking about it today, Vladimir. But the other half of the question we've been asked to talk about, a digital pandemic, not of fake news, but of information which is out there, which is misinformation and disinformation. And governments are now being caught short if they do produce disinformation. They're being held to account, as corporates are as well. And I think corporates are well ahead of governments on this.
Somehow I don't share the feeling that governments are being held accountable.
No, I don't either.
I think that they're actually not answering for anything in the sense of the kind of myths and disinformation that they spread through different sources. I'd like.
Can I just clarify what I meant? I actually agree with you. The public, though, is in a position through its understanding through the digital environment of how they can challenge governments. But I agree with you. I slightly contradicted myself in my response to you.
Right. Well, I don't really have much more to say about this. I think that but you and I have painted a rather grim picture of the future. We have not provided any kind of real answer as to how you deal with this kind of information, which is not information, which affects the way you think, which in turn affects what you do and what you say. I've seen a lot of this in my time, and I'm seeing more and more of it. Rare cases when a journalist is held accountable. You probably remember a few years ago, I forget the man's name, but he was on NBC's Nightly News, and he told a story about flying in a chopper and participating in some kind of battle, which he did not. And so he was basically fired, and he held a very, very important job. But that was just one very separate case of a well-known journalist having crossed a red line, which is not permissible. But what we see on the internet is countless people doing this, and none of them are answer for it at all. There's nothing you can do about it.
Everyone can do this now. Everyone can do this. You and I used to rely on something simple and straightforward, a platform, but everyone can do this now. And the challenge for all of us is to be discriminating and say, I don't believe that.
Aha, exactly. Well, I wonder if our moderator wants to ask any questions, because frankly, I feel that we've pretty much covered the ground that we were asked to cover. Unless you feel that there's more to say about this.
I think we're out of time, actually, looking at the clock.
Oh, are we? I didn't know that.
You and I, as broadcasters, we look at the clock all the time, Vladimir. I'm out on time every time.
Television. Hey, television. Every minute. One thing I do want to ask you. Why, or I should put it differently, but why has television in so many ways come down to sound bites? You're invited to come on a show, you're given 3 minutes and you have to tell the story of the world. You cannot remotely get into a subject that is terribly important, but you have to say it in 3 minutes. That's not fake news, but it's castration, if you will, of news.
No, but I think good people, good politicians and good corporates, anyone can actually summarize something in 3 minutes. But that's not to in any way cheapen what they're saying. But remember, there are other things out there now, like transcripts. There are other things out there like podcasts. There are other ways of hearing much more about somebody, which is the basis of that sound, that clip. And so there's a layering going on, which means, okay, you can be taken in by 15 seconds or 30 seconds, but actually often now there's much more out there. And that's what's good about so many broadcasters and so many news platforms now. There's a layering of information, which means you can see much more of the context in which that was said.
Gentlemen, I hate to interrupt such an interesting conversation, but unfortunately, we're almost out of time here. But thank you very much for this talk, and thank you for supporting Cyber Polygon and joining us.
Nice to meet you, Vladimir.
Talk to you, Nick.
Thank you. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, I think that was an amazing conversation. I heard a lot of shocking things, really. I especially liked the part where Nick said about how the media should be more accountable for what they say and what they claim, and that they should always have a backup, something to back up the facts that they give out to the public. I would very much prefer to live in a world with this kind of media, but I'm not sure that's possible. Hopefully, more and more channels and media will move towards that direction. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm told that we're now getting our next speaker online, and I'd like to introduce Cyber Peace Institute. This organization works to safeguard the integrity of the online ecosystem that we all rely on by directing assistance to vulnerable victims of large-scale cyber attacks and promoting greater accountability when those attacks violate international expectations and laws. It's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Stéphane Dugois, Chief Executive Officer at Cyber Peace. Stéphane, thank you very much for joining us today. It's great to have you. I know that your work is based on 3 pillars: assistance, accountability, and advancement. Could you please tell us a little bit more about your organizations and the choice of these 3 pillars?
Yes, and thank you for having us. It's a pleasure to be in Cyber Polygon and to follow such a very interesting discussion. As you mentioned, the Cyber Peace Institute is a newly created entity. We've been set up since September last year. We are set up in Geneva as a non-profit there. And it's an honor for me to serve as the Chief Executive Officer for this entity. So you mentioned stability in the cyberspace. Why? The why of the setup and the why of the focus. I mean, obvious reason that I guess you're going to hear across the next days when it comes to this important discussion is the fact that attacks are occurring more and more frequently, that we see attacks in time of crisis, meaning there's no ceasefire at the moment of crisis, such as COVID-19. There's still what we are seeing for the past year, meaning the disparity in between the capacity of attackers and the capacity of a potential victim to defend themselves, and leaves the population very vulnerable to cyber attacks and with little capacity to recover. And at the end of the day, it's this whole equation in between convergence and abundance versus scarcity and ambiguity. Convergence and abundance of technological assets, usage of exponential technologies, abuse of artificial intelligence, looking into new threat vectors such as brain-machine interface, augmented reality. So the attackers are always on the innovation end, whilst at the same time, there's scarcity and ambiguity, for example, in laws, in norms, in how they are applied, how they are understood. It's not that there's enough of them, but it's more in terms of how they're understood in this context to be put in place to have like a very solid framework which would match the challenge at hand. Looking at this from another side, and that's why the Institute has been set up, it's also that the effort to address cyber operations and cyber attacks are hyper-politicized. It's a very diplomatic environment, in fact, the environment that is looking into it. And it's based a lot of time on incomplete or unreliable data. And Nick and Vladimir just told us a lot about the falsehood and the truthness of data, which is quite important also in the field of cyber operations and cyber attack. So having this in mind, we, Cyber Peace Institute, focus to close the accountability gap. And it was reminded by the conversation before. Again, accountability is kind of scarce in the cyberspace. So what we want to do is to identify clear expectation, obligations when it comes to responsible behavior in the cyberspace. What does it mean for state or non-state actors to have responsible behavior? Then looking into these stakeholder commitments to uphold these expectations, how these entities are walking the talk, creating a mechanism in order to track and verify these requirements, and looking into, with the wider community, what are the rewards and consequences when the commitments are upheld or not. And we organize this through 3 pillars of activity. So assistance, accountability at the core, so bridging this accountability gap, and advancement. Assistance, quite simply, is to increase and accelerate assistance efforts towards the most vulnerable. What we want to do is to support most vulnerable communities and be sure that the everyday citizen is going to benefit some capacity to first voice when they are impacted or targeted by cyber attacks, that we don't describe attacks always from the point of view of infrastructure or the point of view of so much money has been lost. This is a story about people, because cyber is about people. And at the same time, also to make sure that what is happening in the field, what is happening on the ground, is useful and used for accountability framework. What do we mean by this? Accountability is collective analytics of what is happening in the cyberspace, because with assistance, we want to be human-centric, but with accountability, we want to be evidence-led. When you focus on human stories, there's a risk to go towards emotion, and what's really important that people share their emotions, but we want to add evidence to this. And these 2 blocks together, human-centric and evidence, is going to help us to advance international discussion when it comes to norms and regulations. So that's how assistance, accountability, and advancement revolves together.
Stefan, during the COVID-19 outbreak, you launched this amazing initiative, Cyber for Healthcare, aimed at providing healthcare organizations with access to free cybersecurity services from the partners of this initiative. Can you tell the audience a few words about the project and how they can join?
Yes, thank you for this. In fact, this framework I just explained, we are just not thinking about this in theory, in a vacuum. We want to apply it on the ground and want to make sure that there's an operational feeling of it. Cyber for Healthcare is the first of this operational project. Again, assistance, accountability, advancement. What is happening in the field of attacks, cyber operations or cyber attacks against healthcare professionals today? It's on the rise, it's accelerating, and there's different layers of response. There's a very operational layer, which is how to make sure that this the cyber angle is taken on board for the healthcare professional. That's what Cyber for Healthcare as a project is doing. We are making this match, we're making this match in between the one in demand, could be healthcare professional of any shape and kind, from hospital to vaccine center to nurse association. I mean, the one that are today busy defending all of us when it comes to the pandemic of COVID-19, and want to match their need with a supply, the one that are capable today and willing to help pro bono to be sure that these entities can increase their cyber capacity and move from potential victims to co-creator of the cybersecurity landscape for the healthcare. That's the operational level, but it's not enough. Cyber for Healthcare has other linked activities. We launched, you may have seen this some weeks ago, a call for governments in order for the governments to remind to be reminded to their commitments to protect, for sure, the healthcare professional, but also not to attack. And this call has been signed by Nobel Prize laureates, former heads of states, by very high-profile thought leaders internationally, in order also to call that level. So what we want to do with Cyber for Healthcare is to join this policy call, diplomatic call, with a reality in the field in how we can provide and accelerate support. Something important with Cyber for Healthcare, it started with what we call a Cyber Peace Lab, meaning an engagement with experts in the field, because we wanted to map what is existing. The whole idea is not to reinvent the wheel and to create something that will be already there. There's a lot of activities that are done to protect the healthcare, from government, from the industry, from civil society. You may have heard of this volunteer initiatives such as the CTI League or the Cyber Threat Coalition. Want to be sure that everything that is there is, and as the two keywords, scalable and sustainable. Because what we see across the globe is that it's very difficult to have activities towards the healthcare and make sure that this resilience is scalable and sustainable, and that's the objective of Cyber for Healthcare.
Stefan, thank you very much for what you do. Unfortunately, we are very short on time here. I believe we have about 1 minute left. Could you please summarize your points in 1 minute?
Yeah, thank you. So as a newly set up entity, we want to have a work that is collaborative. So I will call your audience to reach us, to make sure that if you're interested into this mission, if you recognize yourself into linking this assistance on the ground, this forensic analysis of the attack and how this can influence international law, please outreach. We are now building a network of cyber volunteers. So we'd be pleased to have this engagement with the capable and the willing in order to work collectively to achieve cyber peace. And again, thank you for having us.
Stefan, thank you for the presentation and the initiatives that you introduce. It certainly is a great contribution to the fight against cybercrime. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready for our next discussion. Cybercriminals are using the global instability to their advantage. The number of cyber attacks rose dramatically because of the pandemic. How does the crisis affect the threat landscape during these times? What is to be expected from cybercriminals in the upcoming months and years? How can we stop them? I am now joined by two experts who know all about that. Wendy Wheatmore, Vice President of IBM X-Force Threat Intelligence, and Danya Takar, Vice President AMEA at Trend Micro. Wendy, Danya, thank you so much for joining us today. It's a pleasure to have you. My first question is to both of you. What changes do you see in the behavior of cybercriminals? What methods or techniques do they use? Is there something new to highlight? Wendy, could you please go first?
Absolutely. Well, first I want to say thank you for having me today, and hello to our attendees all over the world. Thanks for joining. So one of the things I think is most interesting is just how the landscape has shifted a bit over the last few months, right, with the pandemic. And in particular, what we've seen now is a shift in the global workforce to be working from home. And we've seen even further disruption in recent weeks due to social unrest in multiple areas all over the world. And so the cybersecurity landscape, as a result, I think attackers are taking advantage of that unrest as well, right? They find themselves in a suddenly very rich environment with potential victims all over the world that are actually using less secure devices in more quantity, and those connections as well potentially being less secure, and they're feeling disoriented by the sudden shift in their routines and a heightened desire for more information about what's going on in the world around them. So as a result of all of those things, right, we've now seen a spike in email attacks that are using COVID-19 related themes that are intended to lure anxious or overstressed employees. And by some of the measures that we're tracking, we've actually seen these spam attacks increase as much as 14% globally. So that said, that's a pretty high likelihood, right, with that increase in volume, that you're going to reach some victims that are going to open those emails, unfortunately. So one of the things I think we're looking at, looking forward to talking about today more, is just some of the insights into that landscape, some of the things that we've been tracking from the IBM X-Force. Recently, we released a cloud security special intelligence report, and then sharing some perspectives on how organizations in both the private and public sector can share information more effectively.
Thank you, Wendy. Danya, do you have anything to add to that? What trends do you see?
Yeah, first of all, again, thanks, Alexander, for having me, and really hope that next year, again, I can be in Moscow at this event in person. As Wendy said, there's really little surprise that the criminal underground and the cyber criminals will, capitalize on the pandemic for their own gain. And I really like to look at it from two different perspectives. One is, what's visible and tangible and to a certain extent trackable. And whether you look at the IBM's X-Force, results or Trend Micro's, global threat intelligence data, I mean, as Wendy said, it's really clear that with there's been an increase in spam messages, malware, sharp increase, about 260% increase in the malicious URL, and all related to COVID-19. And 70% of such visible things are related to spam or phishing emails, and rest are malware and malicious URL. And of course, this is really all very common in the sense that we expected it, which is emails coming in, pretending to be coming from WHO, claiming to have updates on COVID-19, the COVID-19 heat maps, asking for donations and such things. But the part which is, I call it, below the iceberg, right? Which is there are certainly things that are below the line that may not be as visible to everyone of our audience out there, and that is really, the targeted attacks. And what we are seeing is there are a number of attacks that are going on, which are very sophisticated, using very sophisticated ransomware such as AnyFilm or Maze. And really the goal here is not just to extort the money, but actually to bring down, either the critical infrastructure or exfiltrate, critical data from that victimized organizations and leverage this. And on top of that, the reality is, the cyber criminals are targeting the companies that are affected the worst, those that are strapped for funds or resources. And as we all know, there are a number of companies that are struggling due to this pandemic, and they may not have the budget or the resources. And so really what we are finding is that our incident response teams have been completely inundated with these kinds of large-scale attacks where we are working very hard to help and recover the organization from this heightened wave of cyber attacks during this pandemic.
Thank you, Danya. Wendy, my next question is for you. Cloud technologies are gaining momentum, especially when remote operations are expanding. What are the main threats for companies who use such technologies, and how should they address them?
Yeah, great question. So there's no doubt there's been a huge shift, right, in many organizations worldwide to really working in the cloud, right? And there are so many benefits to that. We're certainly huge proponents of that. But with that, it also makes the reality that you need to continue to be concerned about security. And I think that sometimes there's a mind shift in that if we're moving our data into the cloud, then technology and security is someone else's responsibility. And unfortunately, that's not the case, right? Organizations still need to take leadership and responsibility for protecting themselves. So I mentioned previously that we just released a cloud security report, and we saw some themes that I don't find surprising, and I don't think they'll probably surprise too many people, but they're things like, financial gain, right? So attackers exploiting data that they can then sell or monetize in some sort of fashion. That still is really the number one objective when you're looking at the cloud type of data breaches and attacks that we're seeing. Data theft, again, typically data theft related to the wholesale theft of intellectual property or the theft of data that, again, can be monetized in some form or fashion. That continues to be a huge trend in those attacks. In terms of the ways attackers are getting into those environments, we still see a hugely disproportionate amount of misconfiguration going on in those environments that attackers are taking advantage of. The other thing is that we released a report earlier this year where we talked about kind of attack vectors, and one of the more disturbing trends that applies to the cloud security landscape is that about 60% of the attacks we see are actually leveraging data that's already been stolen somewhere else. So stolen credentials that have been as part of a previous breach, or maybe a vulnerability that's been previously exploited and can be patched. And again, it's due to some either misconfiguration or lack of patching. And so the reality is that especially with as cloud continues to spread and more data gets hosted there, it's even more critical than ever for organizations to make sure that we're doing things like practicing good hygiene, changing passwords, all of those things. And as Danya mentioned, ransomware is huge, right? We continue to see these types of attacks over and over again, and we have seen even more in an exponential degree during this pandemic. And so we continue to have teams of our consultants who are all over the world really looking at how do we respond to these successfully. And some of them are extortion related, some of them are, intellectual property theft related and maybe have a different financial element to them. But unfortunately, everyone at this point is pretty susceptible to those types of attacks. Whether your data is hosted on site or in the cloud, it all comes back to how we effectively can secure the data.
Thank you, Wendy. Danya, we know that in light of the pandemic, Trend Micro has opened Trend Micro Cybersecurity and Coronavirus Resource Center. We've also seen that your company has been analyzing malware that appeared during the crisis, and you also engaged in other activities. Can you share with us what are the most important and maybe even surprising things that you've discovered in the process?
Yeah, and this resource center is just one of the things, but I believe that every vendor, right, whether it's Trend Micro, I certainly know IBM's doing a lot of work. Like, we have a responsibility, not just from a research perspective, but to do as much as possible to help organizations out in this time. Certainly, your question specifically around the research, the findings mostly have been in line with what one would expect, right? Which is, and we've seen this, whenever there is a global crisis or an event of a public significance, there's, always an uptick in criminal toolkits, knowledge exchanges, and purchase behaviors related to such events. So it's understandable that people out there are clicking on emails or website links or report downloads that promise to provide updates to such events and therefore being lured into certain things. And COVID-19 is no exceptions, right? It's also expected, right? It was kind of expected that as organizations and as people workforce shift to working from home, that there will be cybersecurity challenges. And many organizations were found unprepared for those challenges. And part of it is because, stay-at-home networks are the targets. They are typically more exposed than the company networks. And, again, there's a lot of evidence that shows that remote working increases that risk of a successful ransomware attack significantly, partly due to the combination of that weaker security controls at home network than your company's network. But there's definitely the unexpected part. And what I found a little bit unexpected is how often organizations, made compromises to their security posture in order to accommodate this flexible remote working from home arrangements. For example, typically, the applications that will not be permitted in a corporate network were allowed to operate in a so-called, weaker environment, or, compromises on VPN. And combine that with the fact that the IT teams are now tasked with managing incidents in this unfamiliar conditions where playbooks don't really cater to such operating modes. That's really what has caught a lot of organizations off guard. And certainly, one of the things we are doing more than just the resource center is, and as I mentioned previously, that our IR teams, incident response teams, have been really busy. During this time, especially in the region I manage, which is Asia, Middle East, and Africa, we made our incident response completely free to organizations that are really looking for help. And again, it's just one little thing, but hopefully, in this kind of situation, it will help some of the organizations who are seeing this kind of cybersecurity challenges.
Thank you, Danya. I have one more question to both of you. Who do you think is the main target of cyber criminals in 2020? Companies or people? Which sectors are under biggest threat and why? Wendy, what do you think?
Yeah, great question. So, I think unfortunately the answer is a little bit of everyone, right? So we're really looking at cyber criminals in particular are looking to take data that they can then monetize, right? Or they're looking to steal data that is a monetary currency. And so from both of those approaches, you're going to see different types of attacks, right? Part of it on the consumer side is just going to be a general quantity of types of attacks and trying to reach as many people as possible. And that's where you see a lot of those spam attack increases, the emails related to that, anything, from the World Health Organization or the Center for Disease Control. Those are the types of email lures that are going to really be impacting consumers more or less. When we shift to the corporate environment, so I think we're really looking at, as Danya mentioned earlier, critical infrastructure being huge targets. And in this case, that's everyone from healthcare organizations who are actually providing life-saving services in some cases, or in many cases, to financial services industries, to energy and oil and gas. And all of those organizations are potential victims. And ultimately, when we look at, again, the types of attacks perpetuated by cyber criminals in particular, we're really seeing ransomware be a huge part of that problem. And, some of the things we've seen recently with ransomware attacks are even more disturbing, in the sense that I think a few years ago, we would see attacks that maybe, I mentioned quantity before, right? So you had ransomware actors who were part of larger cyber criminal gangs and were maybe looking to make money off of a large volume or quantity of attacks, but weren't asking huge dollar amounts and didn't seemingly always were that targeted, right, of their attacks. Now what we're seeing is organizations where the attackers have been in there for months, if not longer, and they've really understood and taken their time patiently to understand the lay of the land, and then determined when and where they can wage a ransomware attack, deploy the software, and then ask for the most money, basically, based on the data that they've encrypted. And in some cases, we've seen recently as much as $25 million US be asked as part of the ransom. So those numbers have significantly increased. And again, I think all organizations need to be prepared. There's a lot of ways we can do that, and I'm sure we're going to talk about that next. But again, I think all organizations, but specifically those in critical infrastructure, really need to be looking at how they can effectively defend their environments.
Wow, so everybody's on the radar of cyber criminals. That sounds scary. Danya, do you have anything to add to that?
I mean, Wendy really hit the hammer on the nail here, right? Like everyone is a target, and whether it's companies or individuals, certainly we know that typically the corporate networks are typically more hardened and better protected than home network. So it's really at times could be harder to break into a corporate network, but at the same time the yield is a lot more than attacking individual users or consumers. So I think that's a balance that cyber criminals are really trying to walk through. But the reality is everyone is a potential target here. Now, certainly what's more important, and Wendy touched upon it, right? Within, if everyone's a target, right, who has a more target than others, and really I'd like to say that from sectors. And typically, the 5 sectors that we see are even more increased target is healthcare. Certainly, the amount of attacks that we are seeing on healthcare is unprecedented, and it's really sad to see that, because that's a segment that's actually doing the best to help out in the pandemic, but they really are the ones hurting a lot from a cyber criminal perspective. And certainly, the 4 other sectors that I wanted to point out, which typically always come up in the top targeted industries for cybercrime, would be financial services, government, IT and telecom, and the 4th one is manufacturing. Sometimes in certain countries it may not show up in the top, but we see manufacturing and healthcare, especially these days, because a lot of them are still using outdated systems. They typically, their IT structure is set up in a way that making them slower to respond or detect or respond to a breach. And really it's unfortunate, but yeah, like this is the world we are living in, where anyone and everyone is a target.
Thank you, Danya. I have a few questions that we received on cyberpolygon.com website, and the first one is for Wendy. Is it possible to organize threat intelligence exchange across countries and industries? And if yes, how can we get there?
Yeah, that's a great question. So that's something that I think both of our organizations are probably doing pretty well, right? Certainly better than we've done in decades prior. And the reality is that technology really influences that. And I think the great thing about, we've kind of painted this negative picture, right, of these attacks. But the good thing about these attacks is that we've rarely seen anything so new and so novel that we're not really ready to defend against them, right? And many organizations are doing that very successfully. And in particular, those that are doing it successfully are ones that have threat intelligence that are tailored towards their industry. They have a good understanding of what their particular attack surface looks like. The ways that organizations are sharing that has become pretty rapid, right? So across industry, across verticals, different geos, our team in particular, right? We've got language specialists in all kinds of different areas and technologies and attack sectors. And so the way that that's done primarily is through a variety of virtual technologies. I think one of the most important things, though, that we've seen organizations do when they're successful at operationalizing that threat intelligence is that they actually have an incident response plan. They're testing it. And as Danya mentioned, now things have changed where maybe your workforce was actually on site. So your threat intelligence analysts, your incident responders were perhaps working out of an office facility or a variety of them around the world. And now you've actually got them all working from home in different locations. And so it's really critical that those plans are tested, that you know how to get a hold of your personnel, especially in the wake of a crisis where perhaps your initial and primary communication mechanisms fail. So all of that is related to having robust access to threat intelligence that's specifically tailored towards the types of attacks that you're likely going to see.
Thank you, Wendy. There's one more question, and this one is addressed to Danya specifically. Have you seen this spike in the number of attacks in any particular region or country?
Interesting question. Let's step back a little bit, right? So if you think in terms of a lot of organizations, on one side, they are suddenly forced into this working from home. And as I mentioned, this particular CISO who mentioned 35,000 users suddenly working from home and creates a completely different challenge. So from those who are in an organization who are given the responsibility to guard, really are trying to deal with how do I guard in a situation where everyone's working from home and a lot of there's this increased activity from cyber criminals. On the other side, if you look at it from a business owner, the CEOs are thinking in terms of, hey, as this COVID-19 situation is still, there's still a long way to go. How can I pivot myself? And therefore, they are looking at cloud transformation projects. They are ramping up that when we come out of this situation, how can we really, stay ahead in terms of our competition within our market, and how quickly can we come back up? And therefore, they are really increasing, at least the activity is increasing in terms of how to speed up those cloud transformation projects. So you sort of end up in this situation where on one side you have to defend and you have to do a good job at defense while you don't have a lot of things that you had before. And on the other side, organizations are trying to, accelerate on certain areas. So the reality is it depends on within a country, you might see certain sectors or certain companies which are really, trying to move fast. And as Wendy said, it's really, cross geographies, cross vertical, cross industries. There isn't really, okay, here's a country that is particularly struggling, or here's a vertical that is, it's within those countries and within those verticals, whoever is either was caught off guard in terms of defense or is trying to move fast is the one really, facing some of the challenges.
Danya, thank you for sharing this information with us. Unfortunately, we're almost out of time here. Is there anything else you'd like to say before we wrap up? Wendy?
You know what? I enjoyed getting to speak to everyone today, so really appreciate it. And as Danya mentioned, I'd love the opportunity to get to meet everyone in person, ideally next year. But if you've got questions or you want to follow up with us, I think we'd love to answer some more questions. So please let us know, and we'll look forward to doing that.
Danya?
Yeah, no, pleasure's been ours. And really, these are unprecedented times. And we all, and I say this even on behalf of Wendy and every other security vendor, we are here to help. We really want to make sure that the world is better in terms of exchanging information safely and securely. And please stay safe and stay healthy. And yeah, reach out to any of us if you need any help, and we'll be more than happy to help out in whichever way we can.
Danya, Wendy, thank you once again for being with us today. It was a pleasure talking to you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we now have a moment to look at what's happening in the second track of Cyber Polygon, the technical training session. And my colleague Inakenti has the update. Inakenti, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alexander. So first, let's say goodbye to scenario 1. In the end, only one team managed to patch 4 of the vulnerabilities, and only 25 teams actually managed to find at least one vulnerability. This one vulnerability that they managed to patch is an infrastructure one. It was default credentials on a database that was accessible from the outside. So it may be the case that blue teams are just generally more prepared to deal with infrastructure problems and with attackers trying to break into the infrastructure more than trying to analyze specific vulnerabilities inside a web application. Now onto the second scenario. The second scenario is a response scenario. Right now, we're in the first round of this scenario. We'll go to the second round later. The first round is about an attacker gaining access to internal company network, like they usually do. So this should feel much more familiar to most blue teams. The attacker gains access to the internal network through the cunning but widespread use of social engineering. He goes on to cover his tracks and gain persistence through the use of common techniques. Finally, he manages to elevate his privileges and start spreading through the network. The defenders are presented with forensic artifacts through which they have to sift to find indicators of compromise, specific characteristics that are helpful to describe the threat in question and find similar infections. These indicators of compromise can be used in a threat hunting, can be used in a threat hunting platform to scale the investigation efforts to several systems. Right now, we can look at the scoreboard and see how teams are doing. We see that from the first 10 teams, the third team is doing great. That may be due to their use of hints. In this exercise, teams are actually allowed to ask for specific teams, to access specific hints for the answers that they have to give for finding indicators of compromise. I have to say right now, the team that's doing great is team number 29. They have really shot ahead. Even though at the start, team 40 has shot ahead with 240 points. Right now, team 29 is running far ahead with 300 points. That may be due to the fact that they just tried to input all the different IPs from the network traffic that was given to them in all the possible fields that required an IP entry, because they actually failed on one of their answers. And actually, that's all for now. So back to you, Alexander.
Thank you, Inakenti. That is great stuff. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to start our next interview. We live in the era of global digital transformation, opening truly unlimited opportunities for humanity. The pandemic crisis accelerated this transformation, and businesses had to adapt to new conditions. However, many of them were not ready and had to go through serious challenges, transforming their processes and ensuring security of operations. What lessons can we take away from this? How do we properly assess the risks of a possible crisis, and how can we be ready when it hits? To talk about that, we have two special guests. Jacqueline Carnot, partner in cybersecurity at Ernst & Young, and Hector Rodriguez, Senior Vice President, Regional Risk Officer for Central and Eastern Europe, Middle East and Africa at Visa. Jackie, Hector, it's really nice to see you both. Thank you for joining Cyber Polygon. I'm just going to start right away with a question to both of you. Our statistics show that 46% of companies do not recognize cybersecurity as a strategic priority. In Russia, we have this famous saying, a peasant needs thunder to cross himself and wonder, meaning that most companies and most people do not recognize the threat until it actually happens to us. Why is it so, in your opinion? Can this year's crisis change our mindset towards a more strategic approach to cybersecurity? Jackie, could you please go first?
Sure. Thanks, Alexander. It's great to be here. So it's an interesting question, and I think a crisis always focuses the mind. For a very long time in cybersecurity, we've been trying to get people to focus prior to a crisis, but it's very difficult to do because things look complex and difficult until there's actually a crisis that needs to be solved. I think for me, that's where regulatory frameworks and government intervention is important. I have certainly had clients tell me that it's government intervention or a regulation that has made them change the way that they operate. And I think that's why it's so important that we have a mix of different tools to make sure that companies take the actions they need.
Thank you, Jackie. Hector, what is your take on that?
So, Alexander, thank you for having me. So, yes, actually, frankly, I'm not surprised about the statistic. You know, for the past 12 out of the 17 years that I've been working at Visa, you know, it's something that I've been dealing with. You know, the first years I was working out of the U.S., working with processors and banks and ensuring that they complied with the PCI data security standards. And then the last 5 years within the region here in SEMIA, based out of Dubai. And, you know, what I've seen over the years is a progression of executives originally thinking, you know, this can't happen to me, it's not going to happen to me, to more of when it happens to me, I need to be ready. But that said, I still see, unfortunately, a lot of companies that have this kind of mindset that, you know, it's not going to happen in my country, it's not in my neighborhood. And so at least at Visa, what we need to do is, and Jacqueline mentioned, is, you know, collaboration is key, working with governments, working with stakeholders, with law enforcement to make sure we educate people and make them ready. You know, we need to continue to protect the very valuable and sensitive information. And then, you know, from a Visa perspective, what is very important for us is to devalue as much as information as possible. So if in case of a compromise or something, you know, sensitive information are actually tokens or other type of information that cannot be used in the future.
Hector, Visa is undoubtedly one of the most important companies in the world. Millions of people depend on your operations. Have you encountered any challenges during these difficult times? If so, how did you deal with them? Did you have any specific plan for a secure shift to remote operations?
Yeah, so you're right, Alexander. You know, Visa Commerce Network is one of the most trusted and used in the world. So let me say that, you know, first, it all starts with the amazing people and technology that has allowed us to continue to process transactions without any hiccups. That said, you know, just like this event and this conference, it's all about preparedness. And so, you know, we're fortunate to have a very strong operational resiliency team and a technology team that has done the incredible job of actually preparing for the crisis before, you know, developing, maintaining, testing effective, robust crisis management plans, business continuity plans. You know, in fact, we have a pandemic plan that, you know, at this time, we actually kicked off right away. You know, we focused primarily at the beginning in regards to the safety of our employees, which was the primary thing. And then from there, we worked on, you know, modifying our operations to make sure that we adapted to the changing business conditions. Plans, what we learned is, as we moved remote, we realized that there was a lot of critical staff that we thought continues to work on sites that actually could continue to work remotely. So, remote virtual meetings is not the same as being in person. It would be great to be in Moscow with you, but we're all learning to adapt to this new technology.
Thank you, Hector. Now, my next question is to both of you. After the crisis, a lot of companies plan to keep part of their employees working remotely, which of course creates new cyber risks. Given the current average level of cybersecurity across countries and industries, do you think that a global cyber crisis is a likely possibility? For example, a bigger version of WannaCry, which stormed the world in 2017? Jackie, what do you think?
I think it's actually inevitable, and in fact, I'm quite surprised we haven't had it already during this pandemic. I think it's, any minute now. We're all waiting.
Wow, this is really scary. Hector, do you agree with that?
Well, so I think so I think it's a little bit difficult to predict another global crisis, or how it's going to be impacted right now. Certainly. We know the bad actors are taking advantage of these situations, the times when we're all focused on, protecting, adapting to new worlds and new routines. But the key is to work with industry partners, to work with governments worldwide, to see what we can do to minimize. And I think as much as we can to, be ready, prepared, go through these exercises are going to be the things that are going to actually, if it does happen, make sure that the impact is minimized as much as possible.
Thank you, Hector. Here's another question to both of you. Can you name 2 or 3 major cybersecurity issues that should be a priority for businesses today, both from risk management and crisis management points of view? Jackie, I'd like to hear from you first, please.
Yeah, sure. I think the big one for me is looking at risk culture across the board. So the creation of risk and cyber metrics for all the executives, regardless of whether they have a role, even in technology. I think everybody having an understanding of risk and cyber is critical. Exercising those across the business regularly, so not just waiting, as Hector kind of alluded to, for a crisis, making sure you have a plan in place and that you red team it regularly. And of course, basic, really solid data security. So know your digital assets, where your data is, who has access to it, and protect it.
Talking about exercising, do you have any specific recommendations for the top managers that are watching us right now? How can they train their teams?
Well, hopefully they're all getting involved in your cyber Polygon exercise, Alexander, which is a great start. I think making sure that there are different levels of exercise is critical. So there need to be technical exercises. There need to be exercises for executives at all levels who are engaged in any part of the business. There need to be ones for executives that are technology-based, et cetera, et cetera. The biggest problem in a crisis usually is not even so much that it happens, because crises, as we've found, will always happen. It's what you do in that crisis and how you respond. And we've had a lot of different responses, if you like, in regard to ransomware and attacks like that, where some companies have had a plan in place and have responded really well with their clients, engaged their third-party ecosystem and had a relatively good outcome. And there have been other companies that have really suffered because they haven't thought about how they're going to respond and communicate in the event of a crisis. So,
thank you, Jackie. Hector, going back to my previous question, can you name 2 or 3 major cybersecurity issues that we should be thinking about right now?
Yeah, so I'm going to relate it more directly to the payments environment. And so, there's a couple of things that we've been actively working on. So, one, unfortunately, again, as I mentioned, bad actors are going to take advantage of a crisis. And so right now we're seeing pandemic relief fraud schemes happening around the world. Just to give you an example, in May, researchers reported that criminal groups were attempting to exploit the U.S. Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, the CARES Act, where the government was providing financial relief through additional unemployment insurance and other type of funds, and criminals were actually taking advantage of that scheme and being able to get information. And so what we did is we worked very closely with our law enforcement and our different partners to create alerts. We actually, in fact, issued a special COVID-19 report in March, and then also a government disbursement relief program white paper in May, just kind of identifying and alerting and just keeping a close monitoring in regards to that. At the same time, we've also seen, fake merchants, websites that are popping up, and this is really in regards to cyber criminals trying to harvest credentials, payment credentials. And so they put up a website in regards to relief efforts, in regards to, testing kits. And you unfortunately have a lot of, very good people wanting to help, that, their credentials are being stolen. The last thing I would say is, and this one is a very important and big one for us, is in regards to state sponsor activity. So, for the last couple of years, and months, we've seen the Lazarus group out of North Korea, that is, actively attacking, financial institutions around the world. Unfortunately, we've seen several of them, pick up in the beginning of this 2020 in Asia Pacific and in the CEMEA region. And they're, we believe that this is all in regards to the impact of the crisis on their own country, and there are ways to be able to, self-fund and continue to operate a government. And so we've seen that increase, and we expect, and by the volume that we're seeing, that it's going to increase based on the volumes of 2019.
Thank you, Hector. Now we have a few questions from the audience that we received through the website. And the first one is this. Experts say that human factor is the reason for most successful cyber attacks. How can we mitigate this in cybersecurity strategies, especially if the company has over 1,000 employees and we can't control behavior of each person? Hector, what is your advice?
Yeah, so I think it's a combination of a few different factors that I think. I think obviously, yes, we see it in all these different types of attacks that we see coming in the payment system. Phishing attacks tend to be a key area of entry for a lot of these, attacks. And so education to employees, but, you have to do a multi-layer approach. You cannot only depend on employees. You have to educate them to warn them, but you have to add additional layers of controls from a systems perspective to minimize these attacks and be ready to react when, unfortunately, they happen.
Jackie, do you have anything to add to this?
And again, back to my earlier point, Alexander, it's a great question. It's about creating a risk culture. It's about making everybody in the business responsible for risk, and having everybody understand doing their part in making sure they don't click on links, etc. And a lot of that's about awareness and training, and making sure that you do all the day-to-day things to make sure all of your employees are up to date and understand security policies and procedures.
Jackie, do you have any specific examples of how companies and top managers can increase security awareness, and what do you do at your company?
Look, I can't really talk to specific examples of how we do it, but certainly we do, help our clients do a lot of security awareness and training. And look, I think making sure that you're doing regular phishing and awareness training is really important, but also analysing the results of that training. Understand how many employees click through, and always challenging yourself is important as well. So it's really easy to do the same old phishing simulations week on week, but it's important to think of new ways to trick your employees, if you like, and make them think. There doesn't have to be a penalty around it to make everybody upset and worried about the training, but you do need to think about how can I challenge the organisation this time to make sure that I'm really getting them to think about cyber.
Thank you. Hector, what about you? Can you give any specific examples of how businesses can train their employees?
Yeah, so I think it's a combination of just what Jackie mentioned, is that, it really is, a lot of education with our team, with our staff. But again, as I mentioned, it has to be a combination of that human element and education and training. And yes, I'm a strong believer that, every single person plays a role in risk, in managing and securing the organization. But you also have to have those, those tools and the capabilities behind the layers that in case something goes wrong and somebody does click on something, that you can quickly identify and mitigate those quickly. And that's one of the things at Visa we work very closely with our partners is as we get information and awareness of these attacks that are coming from at groups like Lazarus and stuff, as soon as we were able to understand the phishing and the targets, we're contacting our banks, our client banks, to notify them immediately in regards to it.
Hector, there's one more question from the website, and this one is addressed specifically to you. There's a big problem with social engineering fraud with online payments. What does Visa do to stop that?
Yeah, so I think it's a combination of things. So one is obviously there's a multi-layer approach that we try to take. One is we want to make sure that we do empowerment to consumers. So anytime clients do alerts, notifications in regards to payments, that is very important. Giving them the capabilities that within their mobile device to be able to activate or deactivate their credentials. If I have a card or a debit card that I never use other than withdrawing cash within the country that I live, I am able to actually, within the capabilities of what my bank has provided me, the ability to deactivate that information. And so you can start having greater control there. And then the second, the other two things are obviously our consumer authentication capabilities in regards to Visa Secure, in making sure that we have behind the scenes and one-time passwords, or not one-time, over-the-air passwords to clients in regards to authentication. And the last one is consumer protection. We want to make sure that consumers understand that when they are not party and they've done their part to protect the fraud, that they shouldn't be responsible for that.
Jackie, can you add anything to that? How do we stop online fraud with payments?
Look, I'm a big supporter of multi-factor authentication and one-time passwords, and I was very happy with Hector's response. I'm very happy with my Visa card, so it's good to know they're doing it right.
Jackie, Hector, unfortunately, that's all we have time for. Is there anything you would like to say to our viewers before we wrap up? Jackie?
Really, just thanks for the opportunity. It's lovely to meet you and see you again, Alexander, and also Hector. I think what you're doing in terms of connecting governments and companies globally around cybersecurity is really important, and particularly important in the pandemic. So great to be here and keep doing it.
Hector?
Yeah, I want to thank you, Alexandra, and Jackie, for being part of this panel, inviting me to this important event. The Polygon, it is something that, as Jackie mentioned, the right things for us to, as an industry, to continue to work together, to collaborate, to share. We're all in it together. Not one single individual within an ecosystem can do it by themselves. And so these type of events are very important and critical for everyone. Thank you.
Hector, Jackie, thank you very much for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the final discussion in the second segment of the stream, The Power of Information. We are now ready to start the final segment of the stream, and the title of this section is A New Wave or Cybercrime. Are we prepared? 2020 has started off with a paradigm shift. The change in working patterns, fast transition to more online-based operations, the economic crisis, all this has emboldened cyber criminals. Are we expecting a new long-lasting surge of cybercrime? Our next speakers are already online and they are ready to talk about that. We have Mr. Jürgen Stock, Secretary General at Interpol, and Mr. Troels Orting, Chairman of the Advisory Board of the World Economic Forum Center for Cybersecurity. Gentlemen, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Alexander, and also welcome from my side. And I would also like to thank you for inviting us to this extremely important discussion that I hope we are going to have now in the next couple of minutes. So, Jürgen, you and I, we have known each other for 30 years, I guess. We are Danish and German. We have been in police for many, many years, and we've been close friends also. And I guess that both you and I were a bit, let's say, surprised of the development of 2020. So we saw the normal development, but suddenly this pandemic broke out. And in a very, very short time, we had to move 1.2 billion people from working in offices to working from the home, and they basically were unprepared. Their tools were unprepared, their processes were unprepared, and there was lots of considerations about if we would be able to deal with that. You and I agree that there are three ways that a nation state can deal with crime. That is through prevention, protection, and prosecution. And the first 3 months where we have seen, Accenture says that we have seen 3 years of a digital development in 3 months. What do that tell you about the crime? What have you seen in your chair as the global leader of global law enforcement coordination in that perspective?
Yeah, thank you very much, Troels, for your kind introduction. And let me start by thanking Sberbank and the World Economic Forum Center for Cybersecurity for inviting Interpol to participate in this Cyber Polygon 2020. What we will discuss during that conversation definitely will be the need to build more and stronger partnerships horizontally and vertically. Because the threat has actually not really been changing, but you mentioned that we know each other for quite a while in policing. But in my career of almost 40 years now, I've never seen such a dynamic like we have seen during the last couple of weeks and months under the conditions of this pandemic. What I mean is the way in which crime actually was following the virus. To speak like that, as a virus that started spreading around the world in Asia, and then was approaching Europe, Africa, now in the Americas, and seeing organized crime groups, specialized cyber criminals in really adapting very quickly to this situation, to this unprecedented situation. And of course, taking advantage of some of the circumstances, if I may say, of cybercrime, which we all know, first of all, is a borderless crime by nature. It's not the type of crime that we have been experiencing where we were a young police officer, where you had to physically show up somewhere to commit a robbery or a theft or something else. You can just sit at home on your sofa with a laptop and you can attack any critical infrastructure anywhere around the world. So maybe as in other parts of society, we have seen where vulnerabilities are in our modern hyper-connected societies, and cyber criminals have only taken benefit, again, very quickly of this also unprecedented opportunities to commit all kinds of crime. So not necessarily something new, but we saw in some areas, of course, a huge decrease in crimes. Of course, naturally, if people have to stay at home, there's less street crime and less burglaries in homes, of course. But we have seen a steep increase in all kinds of cyber attacks. Of course, taking advantage, building new narratives, for instance, in online scams, all these kind of phishing approaches, but also identifying new critical infrastructures in our societies now, which of course is very much the health service, ransomware attacks on hospitals, for instance, exploiting the need to have personal protective material, medical research. All these are areas where the criminals very quickly, I would say from one day to another, shifted their criminal methodology and targeting these new critical infrastructures, but also exploiting the fears and the people's needs, let's say, in all kinds of crimes. And some member countries have been reporting us increases of several 100%, because also, and that is a part of an important good news, people obviously in many parts of the world are now reporting these incidents to the police, which is important because we have tools in place to fight cybercrime. We have good investigative means, not everywhere, but in many police agencies. And one important step to fight cybercrime, at least, is that law enforcement is becoming aware and can take action. So to summarize, a dynamic which I've never seen in my long career, but it only highlights, Troels, the importance of all that means we have already been discussing for a couple of years. And one of these means is that we need to build more institutionalized partnerships. We as law enforcement, specifically with the private sector, this is key, and this is what also the virus has been showing us again, and is still showing us.
Yeah, I agree with you in many ways that we have seen a dynamic and a pace that is rapid. I think that the world was not prepared for the pandemic in many ways. So the whole lockdown of a globe in a couple of weeks was something that was very unprecedented. I also think that the criminals were not prepared for the pandemic. So I think what we have seen is a bit more of the same. So it's more or less the same crime that we see an increase of. So you see more phishing, you see more ransomware. You will probably see an uptick also in DDoS attacks in the future because we are more dependent on these online tools that we used to be. But I'm a bit more concerned about that the criminals, as far as I know, and you probably know better than me, are now really planning what the next step is to take full advantage of our work from home, because I guess that you also agree that we will probably not go back to the time that we did before. We will not go back to offices. I think that you will see that more people will work from home. There will be more flexible work relationship. And that also means that what we are dealing with now will stay. It will not disappear. So how do we prepare law enforcement in, I always get the numbers wrong, but let's say 193 member countries that you're responsible for. How do we make them, ready for this new challenge that is going so fast? Police couldn't even keep up in the old days, and now it seems to be even faster. How do you take that challenge on board?
Yeah, I mean, this indeed, Troels, is one of the major challenges, because we definitely have some police forces around the world who are well equipped, and some recent success stories in investigating cyber-related offenses have been demonstrating that, again, law enforcement has potentially the ability to successfully investigate activities of criminal groups or terrorists who are using the internet, the cyber activity, the darknet, all these issues. But of course, as I already said, cybercrime is borderless, and a purely national cybercrime almost doesn't exist. So all the offenses actually have a relation to another country. So most of the investigations that are going on in our member countries have relations not only to neighboring countries, but to other continents. So, and that requires a new level of cooperation. But first of all, as you indicated, and that's also a major role of Interpol, to qualify law enforcement to successfully investigate. And this is a huge challenge. Again, we have amongst our 194 member countries, a certain number which is, let's say, well equipped. They have well-trained officers. Of course, we compete with the private sector. Also, there is the war on talents. But there are some programs for specific cyber investigators now in many member countries. So there is a certain number of well-trained, well-equipped, well-prepared police organizations. But we also have a considerable number of member countries who need our collective support, who have almost nothing. We have member countries within our global community where Interpol is paying the monthly fees for electricity, or where Interpol is paying the fees for access to the internet. So those who are lacking the basic capabilities to successfully investigate crime. Why is that relevant for the rest of the world? Because any attack against the critical infrastructure can start exactly in this country. So the notion of the chain is as strong as its weakest link plays a major role in fighting cybercrime. And this is why Interpol, with support of member countries, is doing a lot in training police officers to successfully investigate, capacity building, so that they have the technological means to successfully investigate, and also organizing this platform of cooperation, because it's not, again, looking to the good old times where you had a physical crime scene and there were police officers around, they secured the crime scene, and you had time to collect the evidence. In the virtual environment, it's about evidence collecting in real time. So it matters to take action very quickly, not only across countries and borders, across continents, because the perpetrator may sit in continent A, the servers might sit in continent B, and the victims are maybe spread all over the world. And that's the new dynamics of investigations. And to be honest, we have to invest a lot. Our member countries have to invest a lot in having the right skilled police investigators, the equipment that is needed. But again, the cooperation with the private sector is crucial again, because they have a lot of information about new crime trends that are popping up around the world. They have the analytical skills. They have the trained people. So the approach that we apply in our Center for Innovation in Singapore, to have a desk-by-desk approach with representatives from private companies, cybersecurity companies from all over the world, actually is important. Of course, not sharing police-related sensitive information, no, but we are exchanging strategic information, and we try to build the bigger picture, how the threat looks like. And as the threat is very dynamic, this is more important than ever, so that we build bridges between these islands of information. And that, you are absolutely right, for global law enforcement, that remains to be a challenge, and it requires governments to make huge investments into their law enforcement capacities. And again, we have to build these global networks, specifically with the private sector, and our cooperation with the Center for Cybersecurity of the World Economic Forum is one of our, or maybe the strategic partnership we have on the global level to connecting with the private sector.
Thank you very much. And I think you and I share the notion that we in security, we should not sell fear, we should protect hope. So we are actually trying to get across to the listener here also that there is hope, there is light at the end of the tunnel. But let me again be, a bit frank and also honest. When I was in law enforcement, and I was the director of the EC3, the European Center for Cyber Crime, then I had access to lots of legal power, but I have almost no information. Then I moved to a private bank, and suddenly I had access to all the information about crime in the world, as you rightfully said, but no access to legal muscles. And it seems that these two stakeholders didn't really meet for various reasons. And I think, to be honest, that is to a certain extent the same today. And add to that also the geopolitical tension that we see in this distrustful world, where big nations doesn't really trust each other, and they're not eager to cooperate on fighting crime. How can we then, you and I, because we are, your organization is of course much more powerful than the World Economic Forum, but we are basically in the same approach. We are independent, we are neutral. We try to see if we can merge corporations and the private sector with the corporate, with the government sector and other ones. How can we achieve the next step in this? Because in the future, everything will be connected, right? Everything will be online, everything will be stored, and the criminals will have the upper hand, so to say. How do we maintain trust, that we as users of the internet can continue to have trust in the internet when we have such unprecedented threats, and also maybe not a global architecture that is really fit for purpose?
Yeah, I mean, we have to actually continue implementing what we are discussing for I think quite a while, and what is now happening in the context of the pandemic is only a confirmation, again, of what was discussed also on various platforms organized by the World Economic Forum. There are at least three important parts. The first is we need to have shared goals, and of course, in regards to Interpol, we build a platform for those who want to successfully fight organized crime-related cyber criminal activity. And I can tell you from experience that there is a broad consensus all across our 194 member countries that, for instance, attacks against critical infrastructures, ransomware attacks against hospitals conducted by criminals, fraud activities, of course, sexual online exploitation of children, that there's a broad common basis that we need to stand together to fight this type of crime. Of course, if there are any other activity, maybe there are other competent bodies who are dealing with these issues and who are organizing cooperation between states.
Yeah.
Secondly, we need to have a trust, as you correctly indicated, a little bit difficult in these times of travel restrictions, as we are doing a lot of work from home, because building trust requires people to meet face to face, directly, having a conversation, getting to know each other, explaining, providing transparency what we are doing. So we need to explain what is Interpol about, what are Interpol's opportunities in the fight against global cybercrime, where are our limits, so that everybody has an understanding also what is going to happen with a piece of information we receive from the private sector. And the third element that is important, trust is fine, but you also need to have a safe legal background, a safe legal basis for the exchange of information, because we all have liability risks. And we as law enforcement specifically, we have within Interpol, for instance, rules on the processing of data agreed by 194 member countries. That's something special in today's world, to have such an agreement on how to share information and which information. And the same applies in our context with the private sector, where I'm sure together with the World Economic Forum, we can also further work on closing any gaps that might exist in proper and secure information exchange between the private sector and Interpol. And again, the rest is what we have already been discussing. I think we need a more institutional cooperation, not only occasionally if something happens. Of course, we have joint investigation teams, we have the CERTs and other established units, but Interpol's vision, and we have starting creating this methodology, is sitting desk by desk every day with experts from the private sector and exchanging strategic information on how the global threat picture looks like. And you and me, we know some cases in the past, huge ransomware attacks, where the information was already available, but only to a few. And if we would have better shared, we would have been in a position to prevent a huge global incident that has happened. And we exactly have to continue working on that. Interpol is the body who unites global law enforcement. And for instance, the World Economic Forum Center for Cybersecurity is uniting private sector. That's an ideal piece of a global architecture of security. And we have to continue institutionalizing this kind of cooperation, but again, in a safe and secure legal framework, being transparent, that everybody understands what we are doing, and where, of course, also maybe the limits are in our cooperation. But nobody can fight these phenomena, which are only going to increase in the next couple of years in this dynamic technological environment. The World Economic Forum has done a lot of work on the fourth industrial revolution.
Yeah.
Unprecedented opportunities for criminals is a paradise for criminals. And if we don't enforce that way in building stronger alliances, we risk to fail.
Yeah, and again, I think your starting point is that has to be a global cooperation, right? So this is also what we do in the World Economic Forum, and I'm happy for your support in that. And Interpol is actually active both in our advisory board, but also in a lot of projects. And you are building together with us a global architecture that we can actually do something and not just talk about it, but actually also engage in this. I also think that we can use technology also to help us. It's not always our enemy. We can use, for instance, we have a project on homomorphic encryption, which will enable us to exchange information without that you can read what's in these information, but we can only see if there is a match, and then we can have a legal procedure for revealing these information, which again, I think is a huge step forward. But if we go back to our host today, Sberbank, that has also been, I would say, with BI.ZONE, very forward-leaning in sharing information. They actually predict that the number of cyber criminals in Russia will grow with 30% in 2020. They also have the fear that because you don't need to be a cyber expert to be a cyber criminal, because in cyberspace, you have crime as a service. So you can basically download all kinds of tools and you can be up and running. You also know that there is a difference between pure cybercrime and then cyber facilitated crime. So sometimes you can sell drugs on the internet and you can use the mailman. You can have a child sexual exploitation. You can utilize, exploitation of credit cards and whatever. What do you think that this development, if we get 30% more criminals in countries, and I guess that is not just in Russia, you will probably see this in other countries as well, because criminals normally use 3 parameters for assessing if they want to do crime, if they are professional. They look at the investment, they look at the profit, and they look at the risk. And let's be honest, the risk is relatively low today, but the profit is high and the investment is low. Do you think that we as partners, together with our strong stakeholders in the private sector and the government, can actually do something to prevent this surge in crime that, you know, to a certain extent also hamper our trust in the digital future? And you know, Professor Schwab has invested a lot in this fourth digital revolution, industrial revolution, to make benefits out of for humanity and make the world a better place. But we are derailing that if crime doesn't come under control. And do you have any inputs or areas that we could improve, or you have areas where you think that we are doing more and better than we used to in this area?
I mean, I'm afraid to say it requires what we are often discussing, the so-called comprehensive approach, because the issue is a complex one. And as you indicated, a successful approach against cybercrime has various dimensions. So it's the dimension of prevention, which is very important at a very early stage. And then the successful prosecution, if you identify the criminals. And again, in considerable number of cases, we are successful in our investigations, but it's also resilience in the private sector, for instance, in case you are successfully targeted as a company. And I think, Troels, we have still too many cases reported in the media almost every day where companies are successfully attacked, for instance, with ransomware, city halls, police stations, of course, our private computers. My old university, that's not a secret, where I did my law studies in December, was attacked with a ransomware attack, and they are still struggling because perhaps they were not prepared as they should have been. But this is the case for many others, where I think the prevention part, the awareness, both technically but also educating your staff. Again, also in times where we all expect that work from home will grow only. So that is a huge responsibility, maybe to do that from a very early stage. What we also do in policing, you know, the good old programs in educating children on traffic security. So maybe we should do the same more intensively to educate on cybersecurity at a very early stage. Any new product, fourth industrial revolution, should have a piece included security by design. So if a new product is thrown on the market, maybe considering the security implications, what can happen if this becomes a part of an infrastructure of a supply chain in my company, what can potentially happen? Can that potentially open a door for hackers to infiltrate my system? So the issue is security by design. Resilience. We all have a role to play in our behavior. You mentioned BI.ZONE. They have been together with other 20 partners internationally helping us in a global awareness campaign, Wash Your Cyber Hands, where we try to support the global activities in educating not only companies and so on, but the public, because we all have the computers. And even now with work from home, this can be an avenue to infiltrate a system of a company. And of course, strengthening law enforcement in its approach to fight cybercrime is important. And currently, Troels, the situation has not been changing. Maybe the cases we become aware of are maybe only, the estimates go something between 3, 5, 8% that are really happening. So we have a huge dark number of cases that are still not reported to the authorities, whether it's police or specialized cybersecurity authorities in countries. So there is a lot to do on all these avenues, but that's required in the fourth industrial revolution, because otherwise we will have an increase year by year in opportunities for criminals. And maybe at some stage we are not well prepared. And at the end of the day, if I use the mobile banking system, I want to trust the system. If I don't trust the system, I'm not using it.
No.
So it's a key element that at least we provide this basic security level. And as of course, as we know, it doesn't require, as you're in your private home, all the high sophisticated security measure. Very often it's the very simple update. The standard software you might use or update in your systems to provide a good level of protection. So all these avenues need in a coordinated way, not only nationally, but also regionally and globally, to be facilitated. And Interpol and the World Economic Forum, I think we are two important facilitators at the global level. And again, as all of these issues cannot be only dealt with on a national level, this coordination is strongly required on all these avenues, let's say, in the supply chain of security, so that we all feel we can safely, and our children can safely maneuver in the virtual world, because we all definitely agree. On the other hand, that provides huge benefits for human beings.
Yes, and again, if I may stay a bit positive now, I think I've had the opportunity in the last 3 to 4 months to listen into calls between 200-300 CISOs of the biggest companies in the world, which was facilitated by Accenture and some other big companies. And I'm actually confident that in the prevention side and in the protection side, we have taken up the challenge and we are increasing at pace. We are introducing cyber hygiene, which is it's all about getting the basics right instead of always trying to close a theoretical air gap, because criminals, they don't want to invest $1 to steal 50 cents. They want to do this automated. So if it's too difficult, they will move on to somebody else. So, and I actually think that we have managed a lot in that direction. And I also think, as you rightfully said, that we have now created awareness. For instance, we have another project where Salesforce and Fortinet are delivering free education for everybody. There's been more than 1 million people who have downloaded education tools so that they can become cyber forensic experts or cyber incident experts during the COVID crisis. So we're actually doing a lot in that area to mobilize everybody in the globe. And I think that is a positive sign. And there will, of course, be no roses without thorns. And there will also continue to be thorns here. But as long, I think, where Interpol, the World Economic Forum, and our very strong stakeholders work together, and I would say also this conference is a token of that we can actually do this in Moscow, right? And talk about cybersecurity and cybercrime. And it's not just something that is isolated to East, West, North, and South, but it's a global issue for us. I think that is positive. So what do you see, Jürgen, with your huge knowledge and background? Where do you think, quo vadis, Domini, where are we heading? I think the digital transformation will continue. We have no influence on the pace of that, so that will. How do we, continue to keep up, or maybe see if we can probably not be ahead of the criminals, but how do we keep up, and how do you look at the future if you should summarize that?
I mean, again, it's as you rightly pointed out, the developments will continue in a very fast speed, no doubt. I mean, all the billions of devices that will be connected to the internet of everything, the hyper-connected world, all these buzzwords, and again, the fourth industrial revolution that Klaus Schwab has been so brilliantly explaining also in his book. We have to see that the criminals are carefully monitoring that discussion. They are carefully monitoring now the call for stronger digitalization of our societies as a consequence of the pandemic now. Work from home, but they are considering this as huge opportunities to increase their activities. So even organized crime that traditionally has been being in let's say in red light district kind of crime, human trafficking, they are all slightly shifting their business model also in the virtual environment.
Yeah.
So it requires huge investments in all these areas. And again, I think a police station in 5 years and 10 years, I expect will look much different from now. Interpol, our headquarter, our remote offices around the world will look much different from now, because a lot of crime will continue shifting into the virtual environment. And that requires, again, governments and all of us to make investments in all these areas, so that we have a clear chain of activity in doing whatever we need to do in terms of prevention, but also in prosecuting, not to forget the judiciary. So it's not only the police investigating, but it's also the judiciary, courts, prosecutors that need to follow the speed that we sometimes have as law enforcement, well connected globally. There is no equivalent in the judiciary system currently. We are sometimes still operating in a mutual legal system that comes from the last century. Yeah. And that also, again, that indicates another point which currently provides sometimes some headaches, because we need to do that with speed. If we don't have the speed, we cannot follow that development. And again, the major risk is that if people are considering the internet as a crime scene area and not as a basis of communication, well-being, trust, then we have a problem in implementing one or the other new technology, which requires the support of our societies, and not people sitting at the fence and saying, let's wait and see. It seems to be more a crime scene than something that would support my needs.
Yeah, and I think that if we again should summarize, you and I, we do not have any hope in that the pace of the digital transformation will slow down. On the contrary, I think, and I think basically that COVID has also shown that we've been even more dependent on a digital systems that we were before the pandemic. So that will increase. I also think you're right that this is complex also for a legal standpoint. The exchange of evidence, the forensic evidence, and other things that needs to be done very, very fast. And I don't think that our judicial system is built to do this, and we don't really have treaties that supports that. But on the other hand, I think that we have a good grip on awareness, a good grip on protection. I think that there is an understanding that everything in rest and flow should be encrypted. So because if it's stolen, at least you cannot decrypt it and see it. And I think that there is a greater awareness that this is also something that we need to do together. And maybe we could also use this opportunity here to emphasize that we also need to make it risky to be a criminal. If we don't do that, then crime will surge, because if it's a risk-free crime, why wouldn't you do that? So we need from time to time to make big cases where we arrest American gangs, Russian gangs, Chinese gangs, German gangs, and whatever, to show also that we will not allow crime to continue without any risk. And I think that if we can do that, we will probably also see a future where we can cope with the challenges for crime, for privacy, for integrity that you see right now. And do you share my optimism here?
Absolutely. As a representative of an organization that was set up almost 100 years ago exactly for that purpose, that people, law enforcement representatives were coming together and were saying criminals are more and more crossing borders, and if we don't cooperate, if we don't exchange information on investigations, on extradition, we will have a problem. And the same principle is of course still valid today. And again, the virus to some extent has also been demonstrating the challenge for all of us. Again, in the way criminals quickly adapted to these new opportunities that occurred. So the basic principle of Interpol providing a platform where 194 police officers, based on a agreed legal framework, can come together, join their forces, exchange their knowledge, and start targeted operation. That's something we are currently doing, whether it's Drangheta, where we recently have been starting a kind of cooperation around the globe, which never existed before at that level. Also the commitment of countries in using Interpol. Financial crimes, a big issue. We are not as successful as we are, for instance, in freezing criminal assets around the world. I see a new level of commitment of countries in exchanging and cooperating, and the same applies for the whole area of cybercrime. And again, Troels, as you know, there is no alternative. If we don't do that, If we don't join our forces, this will remain to be a global threat. But if we don't have a proper global response, again, not just amongst us in law enforcement, that's the first step, but also in cooperation with the private sector, we are not up to the challenge.
No, and I agree with you. There is no alternative for cooperation. And the only one who will win if we do not cooperate is basically the criminals. And we don't want that to happen. So I think that we could continue our great cooperation in the World Economic Forum. I'm very happy for the support that we've got from Sberbank and from all the other partners that we have. And I am, at least together with you, Jürgen, positive. And maybe you will call us naive, but I will stay positive. I'll remain positive. And I think that we can make a difference if we want to. So thank you very much for this opportunity to discuss that. And thank you very much. And I will now give the floor over.
Thank you very much, also from my side. Thanks, Trolls. And thanks to the WEF.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for this very interesting conversation and for what you do to make our world a more secure place. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the first interview of the third segment of this stream. Now we have a few moments to look at what's happening with the technical training session, and my colleague Inakenti has the update. Inakenti, please.
Thank you, Alexander. So the first round of our second scenario has finished. I have to say the blue teams performed much better here than in the first scenario. And it's obvious why this happened. Now, here we mimicked the traditional attacks on internal networks, and that's what blue teams actually have to do every day. The first scenario had to do with a less trivial scenario, which they would come against much rarer. Now, we have seen in the first round that many more teams actually managed to find at least one indicator of compromise. The total number of teams is more than 50. We have also seen that two teams went neck and neck almost all the time, and the actual winner, or the actual winning team, or the top one team, was only decided in the last 5 minutes of the exercise. Before that, teams 53 and teams 67 went neck and neck. Now, the first round was against was about simple, old-school response. Now, the defenders have to switch to a more modern version. The same company with the same infrastructure is once again being attacked by the adversaries, but this time the defenders are armed to the teeth. Each system in the infrastructure is fitted with a state-of-the-art endpoint detection and response solution. This solution collects all the relevant forensic data and sends it to a central threat intelligence platform. There, the defenders have all the information at the tip of their fingers. They can search any relevant data and try to find all the information that they have already discovered previously with the use of unwieldy, even though dependable set of tools. What's more, this time the defenders can actually use their own knowledge, and instead of facing a little known and quite conspicuous threat, now they can use their own experiences to hunt it and find the relevant indicators of compromise much faster. There's not much we can show at the scoreboard now because the second round has just started. So I think we should hear more about the agenda. So what's next, Alexander?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready for our next interview. An interconnected world gives fantastic opportunities to all of us, including cyber criminals. They get together in gangs, recruit new members in darknet, and collaborate with other criminal groups. One of the most likely scenarios of a global cyber crisis is if criminals launch several waves of attacks spanning various countries and even continents. A successful operation like that can have an almost irreversible impact on the global economy. Can we prevent that by developing efficient international collaboration? What mechanisms are already in place, and what do we still need to build? I'm about to talk to an expert who knows exactly what to do. Craig Jones, Cybercrime Director, Interpol. Craig, thank you so much for joining us today. It's a pleasure to have you second year in a row. I'd like to start with this question. Who, in your opinion, collaborates more effectively? Cyber criminals or us, the good guys? Why is it so, in your opinion? Do you think that maybe this year's crisis has affected the situation in any way?
So thank you very much. And first of all, thank you very much for inviting me back to Cyber Polygon for 2020. It's a great honor to be here. I think taking your question there in two parts on the collaboration side, yes, we do see strong collaboration between cyber criminals, and they do this in a number of different ways through their networks that they build up over time, but also they do it individually. And as criminals, they don't trust each other quite often as well. So sometimes those networks will break down and splinter off. So whilst they may trust each other on the one hand, they don't always work that well or collaborate. However, we are seeing them taking more of a business approach to that and treating cybercrime as a business. So that's how they're sort of working collaboratively together. On the other hand, then, on the good guys, certainly for law enforcement, Interpol having 194 member countries, it's our role here to connect those countries and member countries for a safer world. And effectively, we do that through a number of technological solutions that we have, but also we're doing more emphasis now on working with public-private partners. And I believe last year I spoke about our public-private partnership arrangements going forward, and we've progressed that even further now. So we keep stepping and coming ahead as well, and using those networks which we're developing throughout the globe. We also have the expert working groups and also our regional working groups with law enforcement heads of national cybercrime units, where we can really get into those situations, discuss matters with them which are impacting and affecting them as well. So, you know, I would say our groups are better governance around them. We are all sharing information on that global level and seeing that picture, but we have to draw that through from a local level to an international level, and then be very aware we share that data and information backwards as well.
Craig, what lessons can we take away from this crisis? Do you think that it changed our mindset about sharing information and being more open?
I think it got us to ask quite a lot of questions of ourselves. In any crisis, you have to respond. And if you practice to respond to that crisis, the first important takeaway for me. So you can go to the procedures that you've practiced, you've got a good set of team around you with staff that are skilled, but understand what to do in a crisis. When we looked at the coronavirus crisis effectively online, we started looking at everything we put in place over the last 12 months. So we had a very clear objectives for how we were addressing cybercrime globally, and we turned those into a different set of activities that we undertook. So first of all, do we understand the threat? What were we seeing as the threat? How did it develop? And actually what we saw in the threat landscape around coronavirus was not so much as a massive spike in cybercrime, but we saw the cyber criminals jumping on the coronavirus theme. So they adapted the tools, technique and procedures that they already use and then turned them into coronavirus effectively online. So effectively there was that virus then online that they were using. We saw a lot of phishing attacks with that theme, a lot of lures on there, a lot of sort of deployments of malware and then ransomware attacks as well. So, you know, the techniques were still the same, but they were using that sort of crisis and, you know, people's interest as well, because naturally a lot of people are online in a crisis. We're all looking, there's that thirst for information as well. So we might go on to different sites that we may not have gone on to previously. Again, those trusted sites, where do we go online to get our information and our data from as well?
Yeah, we've all definitely learned a lot from the last 3 months. Craig, last year at the first Cyber Polygon, you told us about the Interpol's global partnership programs and collaborative initiatives in cybersecurity. I know that you've done a lot since then. Can you share us the progress that you've made?
Thank you very much. Yeah, we've made some fantastic progress, not just here at Interpol, but also with our member countries, but more importantly with our private partners. So the first real progress that we had last year was we took a resolution to our General Assembly where there's some procedures that we went through, which allowed us to adopt the way that we work with our private partners and ingrain that in our normal working processes. So we have 13 public-private partners who we're enabled to go to and request information from them. And again, it comes back to us understanding that threat picture first instance. So what's the threat, what's the risk, and then what's the level of harm? We then take that information and data, we look to combine that with police data sets and using our analysts here, but also working very closely with private partners, come up with activities where we can support our member countries, either in their investigation into cyber criminals. So where are the cyber criminals? Are they specifically in one country? Where's the infrastructure? Where are the criminals cashing out? What are the opportunities that we can identify with our private partners to go after those criminals effectively? So that's now been worked on for the last 12 months. We've got some really good practices in place, which we brought in during COVID-19 about virtual meetings directly with the private partners and our expert working groups, looking to develop strategies and themes whereby we could get that information out. Firstly, to law enforcement through purple notices. So that's an Interpol notice, not quite a red notice where we look at arresting people, but we expand the modus operandus that are being used by cyber criminals. Or also we did an awareness program as well, where we had a number of partners, both public and private, where we had a 4-week theme of, expanding on the COVID threats that were being faced by the communities and looking to prevent that crime and that criminality taking place and protecting those communities. And that's very much in line with our mandate of reducing the global impact of cybercrime and protecting communities for a safer world.
Well, it's great to hear that you've made that much progress. Craig, there are thousands of people watching us right now, top managers, cybersecurity experts, and just everyone who's mindful of cybersecurity. What can you recommend? How can these people protect their businesses and livelihoods?
So I think the first thing is what we do in policing. We understand that threat and the risk. What are the threats? What are the risks? Do we understand, are we potentially, or would the company be a target for cyber criminals? And in all honesty, most companies are effectively. So then how do you then educate in your workforce as well about what's happening? How do you anticipate the future challenges as well? So under the COVID-19, lots of people went, working from home. So how did businesses adapt to there? What policies and procedures did they put in place to protect their staff, but also more importantly, to protect their systems being compromised? I know a huge amount of work has been done, with the cybersecurity sector, within business as well, to make it as safe as possible. And again, there's that practicing as well. What happens if you have a cyber breach? If you believe there's been a cyber breach, what actions do you first of all take? Because, trying to respond, when a crisis or an incident hits you, if you haven't trained for it, if you're not prepared for it, then it's quite difficult to respond effectively at those times.
Craig, one of our viewers has submitted a question online on the website and is curious to know this. What is your highest priority right now? What is the biggest cybersecurity threat that Interpol is focusing on today?
So we're still in the midst of the coronavirus, effectively, the online side of that. So that's one of our main focuses there is looking at the continuing threats as they evolve from the cyber criminals. So as they move more away potentially from the phishing campaigns and go to a more targeted phase, effectively. And that follows normal crime patterns when there is a sort of the volume uptake to start with. And then we look more at, well, actually, what are the cyber criminals looking to specifically target? So what are the different sectors that they may go at after on the back of a coronavirus outbreak? Again, working with our public-private partners in that's a big piece of work we're doing. But also backing that up is also our capabilities development program. So that's building out on our global cybercrime program, identifying the capabilities that policing needs to help them fight cybercrime, but also what are the different areas that we can prevent cybercrime in as well. So it's sort of 3 main areas that we're following up constantly on at the moment.
Thank you, Craig. Unfortunately, that's all we have time for today. Is there anything you'd like to say before we wrap up?
No, again, we're big supporters of this event. We think it's really, really important, an event where people can come together, where we raise that cyber security awareness, how we improve cyber literacy and things like that. So as an opportunity for me to come and speak with, the many thousands of people that are watching this event today and taking part, I'm very, very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. It's always a pleasure to have you, and I hope to see you at Cyber Polygon next year. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm now joined by one more special guest, Pyotr Gorodov, head of the General Directorate for International Relations and Legal Assistance of the Prosecutor General's Office of the Russian Federation. Hello, sir.
Good afternoon.
Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for coming to the headquarters of Cyber Polygon exercise. I'm curious to hear your opinion on the matter that I just discussed with Craig Jones, Cybercrime Director at Interpol, a few moments ago. In your opinion, who do you think collaborates better, the bad guys, cyber criminals, or us, the good guys? Why is it so, and has the coronavirus crisis affected this situation in any way?
First of all, thank you very much indeed for inviting me for such a important and I should say very, very interesting event and a very interesting Cyber Polygon to discuss this key vital items of our life, of course. And I think that the situation is really very interesting and very serious now, especially in view of the spread of this pandemic. And of course, speaking about the collaboration, this is probably one of the more vital question of the days, and we should of course concentrate on our efforts to strengthen the collaboration, to strengthen the international relationship, to exchange information, and to go further to promote further cooperation between each other, because criminals, of course, they do not have borders, they do not adhere to rules, they do not adhere to any regulations, of course. They have darknet, they have any things that they could communicate, and of course we a little bit behind.
So I hope we manage to keep up with the bad guys and be a couple of steps ahead. Pyotr, I have some statistics here, official statistics that I'd like you to comment on. In the first half of 2020, the number of cyber crimes in Russia increased by 85% compared to the same period in 2019. Also, according to the General Prosecutor's Office data, only 8.6% of cyber crimes were solved last year. Why is it so, and what does your organization do to improve the situation?
You are quite right about the situation with the increasing of the number of crimes related to cyber, let's say, issue. And I think that the reasons for this is, first of all, because the people are scared, they're frightened of the situation, of course, and the criminals try to use this situation, try to fake people, try to impose on them something that should be very dangerous and very unknown for them, of course. And this pandemic crisis, of course, worsened the situation, and I think that in this situation, definitely we should pay additional attention to the collaboration, and pay attention to the improvement of the skills of the specialists, because of course we see that there's a lack of technical specialists on this issue, and this is not only the problem for Russia, it's the universal problem, I should say, the global problem, and we should improve first of all the skills of the professionals, and to promote the cooperation between them. And this is probably one of the main issues. Thus, I think that this situation is probably more seasonable rather than a trend, a general trend. Of course, the forecast is not very optimistic, but still, I think we will try to overcome this difficulty, to remove these obstacles in the way to combat this crime, first of all.
It's great that you have a positive mindset. Here's another question that I ask other speakers in this section of the stream. Do you think that by collaborating, by changing our mindset towards a more secure approach towards information sharing, we can all together increase both national and global cyber resiliency? And if yes, what does your organization do to achieve that?
It's a very good question, because I think that without a cooperation, without promoting further collaboration between each other, it's very difficult to combat this common issue, to combat this crime. Well, first of all, I think that we can use and we should find new mechanisms to combat this crime. I think that the new mechanism for cooperation, it could be some kind of a universal convention, it could be some kind of international treaty which should be signed by a number of countries which are affected by this phenomena. And of course, I think and I know that the very good job and an intensive job is being carried out by our Ministry of Foreign Affairs in this direction. I mean, in the direction of the creating this atmosphere to promote the conclusion or signing of a treaty under the auspices of the United Nations, the universal convention to combat the cyber crimes. And I think that our role, I mean, since I'm representing the General Directorate for International Relations and Legal Assistance, is I can assure you definitely the Prosecutor General, new Prosecutor General of the Russian Federation, Mr. Krasnov, asked me to assure and to tell you that we are trying to use all our efforts, I mean, to use our tools, the prosecutor tools, to achieve these goals. First of all, we are talking about the international legal assistance work. It's very difficult but very important work. I mean that our relationship between the competent and law enforcement authorities of different states can use this tool, and we are using this tool by forwarding a different kind of international letter of requests on the criminal cases which are being investigated by the law enforcement of foreign states, and especially the crimes, I mean, cyber-related crimes, of course. This kind of cooperation is very fruitful as we see it in practice, and of course we'll try to intensify the exchange of information despite some could be reasonable difficulties or obstacles, because we have definitely different judicial systems, judicial kind of different kind of approaches, and well, I think that we can overcome even in these obstacles if we have some kind of universal approach.
You mentioned that you have certain tools that allow you to collaborate and share information. Do you have any other examples of the tools and methods that are already in place and are being used by your organization to work together with other countries? Yes, of course. We are talking about, first of all, formal requests, definitely. Of course, they are coming from different competent authorities to each other. We exchange this kind of requests, but still, in view of this crisis, of course, we cannot exchange very fast. Now we are having a little bit different situation with the exchange of information because of the lack of, let's say, logistic support. That means that we cannot say we can send requests by airplane or whatever, but still we are trying to use net and of course internet. I mean that our secure channels to exchange our information and to accelerate the process. We can even send it in a few seconds, and we use our contact points in different countries to try to promote this execution of the requests. Though, let's say, according to the convention, European Convention on Mutual Assistance, for example, European Convention, of course, we need to send the requests via diplomatic channels, via Ministry of Foreign Affairs. But still, Convention also can permit us to exchange the information in the form of electronic or in electronic form, or rather using Interpol channels as well. Of course, we are trying to use these channels to fasten the process, and sometimes we have very good results. Well, it's great to hear that collaboration is happening already. Thank you for your contribution to the global fight against cybercrime. I'm afraid we're almost out of time here. Is there anything else you'd like to say to our viewers before we finish this interview?
Yes, of course. I wish to thank you first of all for inviting me to such a very important event, and I would like to wish every success in our job. And of course, the best thing is to collaborate, and we are looking forward to such a kind of collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one more speaker who knows a whole lot about international collaboration and who also fights cybercrime on a global level. Mr. John Crane, Chief Security, Stability and Resiliency Officer at ICANN. John, thank you so much for joining Cyber Polygon. It's great to have you. I'd like to start with a question that I already asked Craig Jones, Cybercrime Director, Interpol, earlier today. Who do you think collaborates better and more effectively, cyber criminals or us, the good guys? Do you think that maybe coronavirus crisis affected this situation in any way?
So I think if you'd asked me this 3 months ago, pre-COVID, I would say it was absolutely the cyber criminals. But what COVID has done is it's put us all into a very combined mindset between all the players in the cybersecurity realm. So there is a large increased operation specifically around COVID. So I still think the bad guys are probably still a little bit better at coordination, but we are getting better.
Good. John, in the wake of the pandemic, cybercriminals created thousands of websites using the domain names COVID, coronavirus, pandemic, and the like. How can we stop? How can we prevent this activity, and what is the role of ICANN in this fight?
So specifically for COVID, we looked at this issue. I run a small security team at ICANN, and we re-engineered our team to specifically focus on this one topic for a while. And indeed, there were tens, if not hundreds of thousands of names registered with terms like COVID. We actually looked at hundreds of different terms in different languages and different scripts, including Cyrillic. But it turns out that when you actually go and look deeper at those names, that in fact, many of them are not actually being used for criminality. There are many other reasons that people register names. Many of them were used for something we call parking, where people buy names and they use them to generate advertising revenue. Now, you can have your opinion on whether or not that's a legitimate business, etc. Obviously, they believe it is, but it's certainly not malicious in any sense. So when we took the strings that we looked at, and then instead of looking at what names are risky or pose a risk, so many companies would look at these names and say, if it has the string COVID, it therefore represents a risk. We would look at that and say, well, is there any evidence that somebody's actually used it to do some form of criminality or negative harm to somebody? And generally speaking, those numbers are much lower. We would go from looking at roughly 4,000 to 5,000 names being registered down to about 500 or 600 names that appeared to have been used in some kind of malicious behavior. And by the time we actually got to the ones that were still active, and comes back to the previous question of how well are we working together, it turned out that 90% of those or more were already taken off of the internet. So we were actually finding very few names left over in the generic TLD space where we look at. So yes, it's a problem. I think it's hard to determine what people will register in advance. And if you're dealing with risk, like many of these companies are, it's okay to make what we call false positives because you're acting locally at a network and not globally. But because we act globally, we have to be much more stringent about our levels of what is actually bad versus what could be bad before we at ICANN can take action, or even sometimes the registries and registrars. And I think the long-term solution here is what you alluded to before, is to actually work together with the cybersecurity experts so we can better understand and put better data to what's going on, and then maybe change the policies in the future if the data supports it.
John, I know that during the pandemic, your organization joined the COVID-19 Cyber Threat Coalition. Could you please tell us about your contribution to the fight against cybercrime?
Okay, so there are many of these coalitions, and around COVID, there were a few new ones formed. My staff and I participate in many of these groups that work together to combat cyber criminality. Our main role is to be that of a subject matter expert. We at ICANN understand the domain name system and the DNS industry probably better than anybody else out there. So one of the things we can do is we can work with those who are combating criminality to understand what the effects of their actions will be and to make sure that they get the results they want. It's not always the case when you look at a domain name that you say that's a bad domain name, make it go away. In many cases, and if we look at things like botnets and criminal infrastructure, what we want to do is we actually want to measure that too. So in those cases, it's not specifically stop the domain name resolving. It may also be make it resolve somewhere else so we can measure it. So our role is really that of subject matter experts, where we can come and work in a trusted environment, which is what these forums are. They're where people trust each other to work together, and then give the subject matter expertise that they need and maybe advise them to do things slightly differently. And of course, we also learn when we go there from these cybersecurity experts.
John, I'd like to go back to collaboration. Do you think that maybe this year's crisis changed our mindset about sharing information? Maybe we do business more openly now?
I would like to think so. Myself, I'm a bit of a cynic, so I hope things don't go back to the way they are. It's certainly been the case that during COVID, that there has been enhanced cooperation. We've seen swifter action by people in the industry, and I hope that that continues. Sharing of information and collaboration is the key to solving the cybersecurity issue in the long term, at least in my opinion.
John, we have a lot of people watching us right now. Do you have any recommendations on how people can protect their businesses and livelihoods online?
So many of the recommendations that I often give people are the same whether you're online or offline. Criminality happens in both environments. The internet is no different than the real world. Something my parents taught me was, if it looks too good to be true, it's not true. So a little bit of skepticism, a little bit of paranoia is okay, to sort of look at things and question it. Remember that you as an individual are probably not the target. A lot of the time the bad guys cast a wide net and they're not really bothered who they take that money from as long as they get the money. Now, if you're running a business, you have to be a little bit more careful for some of the more targeted spear phishing and enterprise-based attacks. Those will often be attacking your executives around financial transactions. Be extra vigilant. If somebody sends you an email asking you to send money, pick up the phone, ask them. Basic things, question. That's all you need to do to be a little bit safer, is just question the things you get asked to do. If it seems even remotely unusual, question it.
Well, thank you for your advice, John. I have a question from one of our viewers that was submitted on the website. I'm going to read it. There are certain regions and domain zones where it's a lot more time-consuming to take down phishing websites because of abuse-resistant registers. What can be done to tackle this problem? Obviously, it relates to one of the questions that I asked earlier. Can you add anything?
So if it's a ICANN-accredited registrar, they have certain responsibilities. They have to react. They have to investigate if reported to them. If they don't, then you can actually file a complaint with ICANN, and then we will talk to them. I will say that during COVID-19 specifically, we've seen a much faster and higher percentage of action by the registrars and the registries. When we measured our things and we were looking for active badness, most of it disappeared before we could look at it. When it comes to what we call country codes, which are the 2-letter ending domain names, .uk for the United Kingdom, .us for the USA, .nl for the Netherlands, etc. When you see those will have local rules. The best thing you can do is make sure that you have good, solid evidence when you send it to them. That way, it's easy for them to look at it and actually take action. You have to remember that many of these registrars may be small businesses and they may not have the cyber expertise that you have. So try and act almost as a subject matter expertise for them when you send them information. In the ICANN realm, the registrars will come together and put out a paper about the kind of information they want. So they want to know obviously what the name is, but they also want to know what is the criminality or the maliciousness involved in the name, but they also ask for some evidence. You know, if there's a screenshot, you know, if it's a phish email, maybe send them a copy of the email. If it's pointing to a landing site and you have the expertise to look at that, if you are a non-cybersecurity person, please don't go looking at these websites. But if you do have that expertise, maybe take a screenshot to send to them. Give them the evidence so that you make their job easier. Now, if they're just not taking action because they don't want to, as I said, or some other reason, if it's an ICANN registrar, put in a complaint to ICANN. We do have rules around this and we will have discussions with them about it and hopefully get them to change their ways.
Well, thank you for always being ready to help. John, I wish we had more time to continue this conversation with you, but unfortunately we're almost out of time. Is there anything you'd like to say before we wrap up?
Only thank you for doing these conferences. I wish I could have been in Moscow again. This is a fantastic conference. The last 2 years have been brilliant. Collaboration is key, and events like this are part of that collaboration. So thank you very much. I'm glad I could join you even in these strange times.
John, thank you very much for what you do. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the final interview of today's stream. As important as it is to protect your business, each of us, however, has a more important task, which is to protect your family and friends. Charmed as we are by the technological advancements and digitalization of the planet, we often forget about basic precautions, which, as the pandemic showed us, can lead to catastrophic consequences. The crisis, which is not over yet, left us with many bitter lessons, but at the same time, it restored faith in humanity. We've learned to be mindful of those who are close to us and to reach out to others. There's no reason not to translate these human qualities to the cyber world for us, our children, and generations to come. Ladies and gentlemen, this stream is almost over, and I would like to introduce Mr. Stanislav Kuznetsov, Deputy Chairman of the Executive Board at Sberbank, who is responsible for cybersecurity and will officially close Cyber Polygon 2020.
Thank you, Alexander. Dear ladies and gentlemen, our Cyber Polygon live stream is coming to an end. This year, Cyber Polygon is much larger than it was in 2019. 120 teams from 29 countries took part in this cybersecurity technical training. Today's live stream has been watched around 5 million spectators from 57 countries. This is great honor for us, for organizers. And we have listened to 20 high-level and prominent experts. We have learned the very interesting trends of technological advancement in cybersecurity. Representatives of governments, of international organizations have shared their experience of creating cyber security ecosystems. We have had today very interesting discussion, I remember, on fake news and trust to the information, in the web. And we have learned also how cyber threat landscape changed today. And finally, we have outlined the joint step to fight cyber crime. I would like to thank our special guests and speakers for their knowledge and insights, the technical teams for expertise and skills, the audience for the interest and involvement. And we are very grateful to the World Economic Forum, the Interpol, our partners who supported this event. Especially I would like to thank guys from BI.ZONE cybersecurity company, from Sberbank cybersecurity team for preparing and providing this well-organized event. Cyber Polygon is the first international online cybersecurity training held in such format in our digital history. We see the interest of audience. We see the interest of our companies and organizations, and we planned to go on with these initiatives. And let us move forward to promote capacity building, collaborations, exchanging of information, exchanging of our best practices to reach our common goal of building a secure digital world. In November, we will present comprehensive report on our results on Cyber Polygon 2020 and at the World Economic Forum annual meeting on cybersecurity. And this report will be also available on official website of Cyber Polygon. In conclusion, let me once again thank you all for watching us today, as well as our distinguished speakers and organizations participating in this very interesting cybersecurity technical training. You did a great job. Guys, you did a great job. Thank you, Alexander. And see you next year.